Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Tigan?
Here.
Councilor Nishioka?
Here.
Councilor Matthews?
Here.
Councilor Gwynn?
Here.
Councilor Brown?
Present.
Councilor Vang?
Here.
Councilor Nordike?
Here.
Councilor Varney?
Here.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Here. Councilor Brown, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Now we'll have the swearing in of our new councilor in Ward 6. Councilor Nordike, would you like to administer the oath?
I would. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, my Vang, do solemnly affirm that I will support the Constitution and laws of the United States of America and of the State of Oregon and the City Charter and ordinances of the City of Salem, and that I will, to the best of my ability, faithfully and lawfully perform the duties of City Councilor for Salem during my continuance therein. During my continuance for the City Council for the City of Salem. Sure. Why don't we try this one more time? It's all right, folks. It's the perfect meeting to get sworn in at. All right. Perform the duties of City Councilor for Salem.
Perform the duties of City Council for Salem.
During my continuance therein.
During my continuance therein.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We're gonna take a 10-minute break so we can have some pictures and things, and we'll be back reconvening then.
Very loud, excuse me. I'm calling to order the Housing Authority of the City of Salem for Monday, June 23rd. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Tigan?
Present.
Commissioner Matthews?
Here.
Vice Chair Gwynn?
Here.
Commissioner Brown?
Present.
Commissioner Vang?
Here.
Commissioner Nordike? Commissioner Varney?
Here.
Resident Commissioner Villegas? Absent. Chair Nishioka?
I'm here. Just for the people that are in the audience, I'll explain that we started the City Council meeting so that we could swear in office our new Councilor, Mai Vang. And what I'm now doing is opening the Salem Housing Authority meeting, and so we'll go through that, and then the mayor will come back and she will do urban planning, the urban renewal, and then we'll get back to the City Council meeting. That's just to catch you up on how the process is going for this evening. So thank you very much. As we do not have any Vice Chair, do we have any additions or deletions?
There are none.
Thank you. We do not have any public comment for the Salem Housing Authority. Vice Chair, might there be a motion for the consent calendar?
Move to approve the consent calendar, which consists of the minutes from the May 27th Salem Housing Authority meeting.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Gwynn, seconded by Commissioner Varney. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Commissioner Vang,
Aye.
Commissioner Nordyke,
Aye.
Commissioner Varney,
Aye.
Commissioner Tigan,
Aye.
Commissioner Matthews,
Aye.
Vice Chair Gwynn,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Resident Commissioner Villegas is absent, Chair Nishioka.
Aye. Did she forget? No, she didn't. We don't have any action items. We don't have any resolutions or public hearings. So we are now to special orders of business. Excuse me, we don't have any special orders. We have information reports. Jessica, would you like to go right ahead?
Yes, thank you. My name is Jessica Blakely. I'm the Deputy Director for the Salem Housing Authority. As some of you may have heard, a fire occurred at Yaquina Hall on June 12, 2025. Thankfully, the fire was contained to a single unit and no one was injured. The damage was primarily water-related as the sprinkler system activated and did its job. Our team was on site quickly and remained there throughout the day to assist residents until they were safely allowed back into the building that same afternoon. We extend our sincere gratitude to the Salem Fire and EMS for their swift and professional response. We'd also like to take a moment to recognize one of our own, Renee from Accounts Payable, who is retiring this month. Renee has been a dedicated member of the SHA team since February of 2003. Her impact on the agency and our community has been remarkable. It's hard to imagine SHA without her, and while we'll deeply miss her, we are incredibly grateful for the years we've had the privilege working alongside her. Congratulations, Renee. On the federal front, advocacy remains a key focus as we await final appropriation numbers from Congress. Salem Housing Authority will travel again to the East Coast in July to continue these conversations. So far, the only budget proposal we've seen is the president's, which unfortunately offers little clarity for our financial planning. As we begin to develop our fiscal year 26 budget, we are hopeful that more concrete funding information will become available very soon. Recently, I had the opportunity to speak at the Polk County Commissioners meeting to discuss potential impacts of the proposed fiscal year 26 federal budget on local housing efforts. Similar data has also been developed for the Salem Housing Authority and the Marion County Housing Authority. And finally, please mark your calendars for July 4th here at 6 p.m. when Salem Housing Authority will hold its public hearing for the Public Housing Authority Annual Plan, the Capital Fund Plan, and the Moving to Work Supplement. We've worked hard to generate public awareness and encourage engagement, and we're optimistic about a strong turnout on that night. Our resident advisory board met last week and shared great enthusiasm for Salem Housing Authority's growing focus on affordable homeownership, which is a positive sign for what's to come, so we look forward to the 14th.
So, Jessica, you said July 4th.
14th.
14th. Thank you for
Yes.
that correction. I was going to say that.
Oh, so sorry. Yes. 14th.
Thank you.
And I'm here if there are any questions.
Right. Does
Madam
anyone?
Chair.
Yes.
Jessica, thank you for the report, as always. I wanted to highlight something I read in your, the PMR. And on, well, I've lost the page, and that's okay. But on the successes and other good news, you share the story of a client who, in the Section 8 program, who ended up qualifying for a home loan and essentially left the Section 8 program after purchasing the home. That was a great story to share. I'm curious, does that happen very often? Is it a goal of the program to transition people to home ownership?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we actually have a family self-sufficiency program for right now. We have 141 enrollees. Their combined escrow balance is over $570,000. So when they graduate that program, oftentimes, whatever goal they're working towards, it could be credit repair, it could be a down payment assistance to purchase a home. So they work with a variety of different types of family and a variety of different goals, but absolutely our goal is to move people into home ownership, as we find that is truly affordable housing right now.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else have any questions? I too saw that, and have to say, I was pretty excited for that person and that program. All right. Well, if we have no further questions, then I get to adjourn the meeting. Thank you.
I'd like to call to order this meeting of the City of Salem Urban Renewal Agency for June 23rd, 2025. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Tigan,
Present.
Board Member Nishioka,
I'm here.
Board Member Matthews,
Here.
Board Member Gwynn,
Here.
Board Member Brown,
Present.
Board Member Vang,
Here.
Board Member Nordyke,
Here.
Board Member Varney,
Here.
Chair Julie Hoy.
Here. Council President Nishioka, are there any additions or deletions?
Yes, there is. So we have three additions. 1.3C, Proclamation for June.
I think we're urban renewal.
Oh, we're see? Isn't it fun to have me? Thank you. It's really true. All right. There are no additions or deletions for urban renewal.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for
We have no one signed up for public comment. Would you like to go over the consent calendar
Yes.
for the Urban Renewal Agency?
I got it in my hand. So, yes, I move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, I believe, by Tigan.
And
Go right ahead.
To my motion, thank you. So the consent calendar consists of June 9th, 2025 draft urban renewal agency minutes, resolution 3.2A, adoption of the fiscal year 2026 urban renewal agency of City of Salem, and 3.2B for adopt resolution 2025-07 urban renewal authorizing move of budget authority from transfers category to the materials and service category. And that completes the consent calendar for the urban renewal.
Thank you. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Board Member Varney,
Aye.
Board Member Tigan,
Aye.
Board Member Nishioka,
Aye.
Board Member Matthews,
Aye.
Board Member Gwynn,
Aye.
Board Member Brown,
Aye.
Board Member Vang,
Aye.
Board Member Nordyke,
Aye.
Chair Julie Hoy.
Aye. Okay, we have no resolutions. We have no action items, no public hearings, no special orders of business. And for the information report, we have item 6A, purchases approved administratively from March 1st, 2025 through March 31, 2025. And if there's nothing further, we're adjourned. Councilor Nishioka, are there any additions or deletions for the council meeting tonight? Let's hear it.
Thank you. I'll start again. I move for approval of additions of 3 items that include 1.3C, proclamation of June 13th Day, 5.B, downtown public safety, 5.C, modification of parkade parking permits, fees for employees in the downtown parking district, resolution number 2025-17.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion or to your motion?
I think I've said it.
Great. If nothing further, would the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Matthews?
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn?
Aye.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Councilor Vang?
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke?
Aye.
Councilor Varney?
Aye.
Councilor Tigan?
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Aye. Okay, we are moving on to Councilor and City Manager comment. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share tonight? Yes, Councilor Vang.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to my neighbors and my community who have placed their trust in me to represent them at City Council. It is an honor to have earned this trust of so many people in my community. Tonight is also a historic moment for Salem. I am the first Hmong American representative to be elected into local, state, or federal office right here in Oregon. This is a celebration for Salem because it is this diversity, this willingness to explore something new, that we continue to make our city council reflect our community. We all come from different life experiences, but we all share the same values of honesty, hard work, and making our community better. And as we continue to uphold these values we all share, you can be assured that these values will guide the actions and the decisions I make as your new city councilor from Ward 6. So I look forward to working with the mayor, the rest of the council, and city staff as we continue to build a stronger community and make it more vibrant and diverse. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Councilor Nishioka.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that because we're coming up on 4th of July, I know that there's always the controversy of fireworks. People that have fireworks in their neighborhoods, it can be frustrating for some of the other neighbors. And there's a legitimate concern about people or animals that are frightened by these loud noises. But at this point, we don't have a mechanism to ban fireworks. And I want to thank Battalion Chief Robert Schaefer for coming to at least a couple of the neighborhood association meetings. And he presented some information to be prepared for fireworks. So I'd like to just share some of what he said is fireworks sales in Oregon, legal consumer fireworks can be sold and purchased between June 23rd, today, and July 6th. Practice the B4s, the 4 Bs for fireworks safety. Be responsible. Don't wait 15, 20 minutes, soak your items, make sure you have buckets of water. Be prepared, always have a water source nearby, garden hose or buckets. Be aware, only use legal fireworks and only in areas where they are allowed. Be safe, keep fireworks away from pets, children, dry grasses, and vegetation. If you are needing to report illegal fireworks, you can call 911, but if you're just complaining or concerned, then you should call the non-emergency line, which is 503-588-6123. Be really cautious if you are doing them. I learned from the battalion chief that even the tiniest little fireworks are often the ones that cause the fires. If they spin around or get stuck in a bush and you walk away not paying attention, that's when the fire can start. So more fires are started with legal fireworks than illegal fireworks, so just keep that in mind. There's always a list of activities where fireworks are happening and encourage people to go to where firework celebrations are being done instead of doing it in your front yard. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Nishioka. Yes, Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been a busy June. Just some of the things that I've been up to. I participated in the Pride Parade hosted earlier this year by Capitol Pride, and I'm so pleased to see that we have a Pride Month proclamation on our agenda this evening. The governor and the First Lady were at that event, and that was really cool to have her present and her wife present. Next, I also participate in Juneteenth, and kudos goes to the Salem Kaiser chapter of the NAACP for hosting that. A member of my staff is a very, very proud and involved member in the NAACP, and we were proud to host a booth at that event. I keep thinking that event gets better and better every year. They shut down a section of Cottage Street, which was a really great location, and they had lots of booths, they had vendors, they had live music, they had speeches. It was an outstanding family-friendly event, so I encourage you all to make sure you mark that on your calendars. And it was walking distance to our downtown, which is really great because I can wander downtown and get a coffee at one of my favorite coffee shops. And then on Sunday, an event that my staff and I had been working on for months, we hosted our annual 5K, 10K, and that includes a free fun run for all ages. And so it was really great seeing kids down at Riverfront Park and getting exercise, building community, just talking to people, which it seems like we don't really do much anymore, just talk to people. So I found that really uplifting, inspiring. It was an exhausting weekend. I also hosted my dad's 80th birthday party. So shout out to Dad. Thank you, Dad. But anyway, so those are just some of the things that I want to say. And now I want to reiterate things that I've already said on Avello. I've already said all of the things that I find offensive about Avello at our last meeting here, and you all will remember that. And I want to reiterate that a member of my own family who is an immigrant from Mexico, who has an accent and is absolutely a man of color, is the sort of person who could very easily, despite being an American citizen who earned his path to citizenship, is precisely the sort of person who could be nabbed by ICE, abducted, and put on a plane. So believe me when I say, yet again, that I find it morally reprehensible what Avello is doing. Earlier this year, I called for an executive session to discuss that in confidential meetings with our attorney, which I cannot discuss here. And later, I asked for an information report because we need to discuss this, and I want all of you to have access to the same sort of information. We all need to understand what the parameters are for any city that has Avello flying flights out of their airport. We are one of 4. And so in the state of Oregon, and there are destinations all over the US that fly Avello. So what happens at the federal level is obviously beyond my control, but it seemed high time that we have that as an item for discussion with the public at a public meeting. So we have that on the agenda tonight. I cannot speak for other counselors, but I can only speak for myself that I wanted an information report brought forward. So I thank everyone for being here tonight, and I look forward to our discussion as a council on this and a lot of other important things on our agenda tonight. Our downtown, safety, homelessness, police. This is a doozy of a meeting, Councilor Vang. And, but I know that you are up to it, and so I am so proud to know you. And when you interned for me, what was it, just a couple of years ago? Who knew you'd be sitting literally right next to me? So I'm just so proud of you. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Nordyke. Anyone else have comments? No? Well, I love it when she says the word doozy. I think that's a good one. Okay, if nothing further, we will move on to proclamations. I'll deliver the first. This is the proclamation for the special district election results, May 20th, 2025. Whereas a special district election was held on the 20th day of May 2025, at which time candidates for the office of Ward 6 City Councilor were voted upon, and one ballot measure was voted upon also. And whereas the results of the election have been recorded in the minute record of the council, and now therefore I, Julie Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, Oregon, proclaim and declare that at said election, my Vang was duly elected councilor in Ward 6, and the following ballot measure was approved by the voters and is adopted. Ballot measure 24-514, 5-year operating levy for parks, recreation, libraries, and senior services, signed in Salem, Oregon, this 23rd day of June, 2025. And now I'm happy to say, Councilor Varney, we're going to have a proclamation for Pride Month.
Yeah, it's on. Is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, it's on. Come on up. Yes, I have the honor to present the proclamation for June 2025 Pride Month. Let's see here. Thank you for coming up. I can move over a bit. Whereas our country was founded on the principle of freedom and equality for all, but many marginalized communities still fight for those basic rights. And whereas the City of Salem supports the rights of every resident to experience equality and freedom from discrimination and violence. And whereas many of the residents, students, city employees, and business owners within the City of Salem who contribute to the enrichment of our city are a part of the LGBTQIA+ communities, and their contributions to our capital city can be seen in their widespread academic, political, economic, artistic, and social participation in the community. And whereas recent actions and rhetoric against LGBTQIA+ individuals has evolved into a climate of fear and uncertainty, challenging hard-won civil rights and setting back progress made toward equality. And whereas the City of Salem accepts and welcomes people of all backgrounds and believes a diverse population leads to a more vibrant community. And whereas the City of Salem recognizes its many support and advocacy groups within our community. And now, therefore, I, for Julie Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, do hereby proclaim June 2025 as Pride Month and invite everyone to reflect on ways we can all live and work together with a commitment to mutual respect and understanding while furthering acceptance and diversity in our community, dated this 23rd day of June, 2025. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi there. Hi. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Varney. Hi, my name is Zachary Cardoso. I am the president of Pride in Salem. I'm finishing my 6th year of presidency there, and I'm stepping down, bringing up some new leaders. But I want to thank the city for their support. We just held our Pride Parade and Block Party, which is the largest we've done for that event. And Councilor Nordyke failed to mention that she helped us by participating in our dunk tank, which was very fun and exciting. Got dunked a little too quickly, in my opinion, but I think it was the 3rd or 4th ball. But thank you very much for that. And then I also want to thank city staff for their continued support and understanding. I was able to meet with Dan Etchison and Trevin Upkeys to talk about safety and security. I've literally had a meeting this morning with Gretchen to talk about just the state of being queer in Salem and how to make our community safer and better. Working with the Parks and Recreation, all kinds of people at the city that work behind the scenes to make things happen. Thank you very much for that. I do want to continue to advocate for more support, even though you already do an amazing job. We faced a lot of struggles last year at our Pride in the Park, which is our largest event. We had protesters who come up from Grants Pass specifically to make people upset. And they literally changed their Facebook profile to someone in our park crying over them telling them that they're going to hell. So we definitely need that continued support as we continue moving through especially difficult times like this, and supports for all of our communities. We're not the only marginalized community, and there's a lot of intersection, and we want to be there for everyone to make this a beautiful place to live. I also have on stage with me some members of other organizations that support the queer community and have been doing fantastic things. I don't know, do you want to say anything for the court? No. We have the ISCWE, which is a court, or the drag court. They do drag for charity, and they've been around since the 70s and have given thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to local charities, even when charities weren't accepting money because it was gay. So they do fantastic work. I just helped them with their financial audit, and they're wonderful. And then Jason here is with Rainbow Youth, which serves queer youth in our community and provides a safe space for them to gather. We also invited PFLAG, which is a resource for parents and guardians, but they were unable to attend. But there's so many ways in which you can support the queer community and be involved. Sorry, I like to blather, but thank you very much to the city for this honor, and we look forward to continuing work with you.
Thank you, Zach. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Brown, for standing with me for this proclamation for Juneteenth. Whereas neither the Declaration of Independence nor the Emancipation Proclamation included all the enslaved descendants of Africans, and whereas when Union Major General Gordon Granger read General Order Number 3 in Galveston, Texas on June 19, 1865, it contained the important words, quote, "All slaves are free," end quote, causing impromptu celebrations across the state as the long-delayed news spread. And whereas Juneteenth, Independence Day, is the oldest and most widely known celebration of African American emancipation and a time for revival meetings, family reunions, and celebrations of freedom. And whereas in 1997, the 105th United States Congress passed Senate Joint Resolution 11 and House Joint Resolution 56, officially recognizing Juneteenth Independence Day. And whereas in 2001, members of the 71st Oregon Legislative Assembly passed Senate Joint Resolution 31 that proclaims June 19th of each year as Juneteenth Independence Day, a day for a statewide celebration of dignity and freedom of all citizens. And now, therefore, I, Julie Hoy, Mayor of the City of Salem, do hereby proclaim June 19, 2025 as Juneteenth Independence Day, and encourage residents to join in learning about and celebrating the contributions African Americans have made to our country, our state, and to our community, dated this 23rd day of June, 2025.
I'm not going to talk that long because I can be long-winded. But, okay, thank you. No, seriously, this is a good opportunity to actually celebrate and talk about not just, black folks or people of color, but myself. Many of you may not know this. I was born and raised in Louisiana, and I am not too far removed from slavery. And so when I think about the contributions of my ancestors and actually being here on the stage and, of course, in this particular role, I do not take that lightly. And so to have an opportunity to partner with my peers, colleagues, and, of course, other individuals that come from marginalized communities, it is just a time for us to be aware. It's a time for us to be very supportive and, of course, keeping our eyes open and our ears open as well to where we can just have a place that's more inclusive and celebratory of us all. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's now time to move on to presentations. And we have the Center 50 Plus Advisory Commission 2024 Annual Report. Yes. Oh, I apologize. Could you give us just another minute? You wanted to make a comment?
I believe public comment is next on our agenda. Oh, is it?
Yeah, so we're right here.
My apologies.
It's okay, sir. There's something wrong with that end of the table tonight, maybe. I'm not sure. Sorry for the delay. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for
go right
having us
ahead.
this evening. My name is John Hughes, and I'm honored to serve as the chair of the Center 50 Plus Advisory Commission, as well as the owner of Comfort Care Home Care here in Salem. We're excited to share our results for the last year with you, and I know many people tend to think of Center 50 Plus as just a senior center, but it's not. It's very unique, and it's definitely not the senior center of your parents or grandparents. Yes, bingo's offered, but there's way more than that. Have you ever been to a senior center that has a wood shop or teaches classes in lapidary? And if you don't know what that is, that's being a rock hound and polishing and cutting rocks to make jewelry and stuff like that. So there's a lot of programs there that are very unique and different. One other thing Center 50 Plus has is a physical therapist that comes on site to teach people how to properly exercise or use exercise equipment. And more importantly, for the older adults, he talks and teaches about fall prevention and fall safety. I don't know of another senior center in the state that has that option. Despite facing potential funding reductions and the risk of staff losses, we at the center remained hopeful and committed to our mission of serving the community. Thanks to the unwavering support of our volunteers, sponsors, and partners, we stayed focused on maximizing our impact with the resources available to us. I'm proud to share that for every dollar the City of Salem invests in Center 50 Plus, we're able to provide $3 worth of services and value back to the community. As a private business owner, I really wish I could get that return for $1. You know, I really do. Now, I would like to welcome the president of Friends of Center 50 Plus, Karen Bolliger.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here tonight as the president of Friends of Center 50 Plus and a current member of the Center 50 Plus Advisory Commission. I'm excited to share some of the incredible accomplishments we've achieved together over the past year. And some of these things are pretty unbelievable. At Center 50 Plus, our mission is clear. We aim to provide life-enriching opportunities for adults aged 50 and above, along with their families, through a variety of activities, services, and community involvement. And let me tell you, we've been busy. In the past year, we've served an astounding 15,000 patrons, with daily attendance exceeding 700. We couldn't have done this without our 465 volunteers who generously contributed 105,000 hours of service, an incredible value of over $3 million. While those numbers are impressive, what truly matters are the hundreds of individual stories that illustrate how Center 50 Plus has enriched lives and in some cases even saved them. To guide our efforts, we utilize two key documents, our Strategic Operations Plan and our Age-Friendly Communities Work Plan. The Strategic Operations Plan has 4 guiding principles, and I'd like to walk you through them to show how we met each goal this past year. First up is stability and vitality. Through our contractual agreements, our nonprofit fundraising arm, and collaboration with the business community and local seniors, we continually work to reduce expenses, increase revenue, and operate efficiently. Friends of Center 50 Plus plays a crucial role in achieving this goal. Next is our second goal, collaborations. We partner with over 45 organizations to maximize resources and avoid duplication. Some of our fantastic partners include Marion Polk Food Share, the Alzheimer's Association of Oregon, AARP Oregon, Salem Health, Northwest Senior and Disability Services, and Catholic Community Services. Together, we're making a difference. Moving on to our third goal, providing cutting-edge programming. Center 50 Plus has been nationally recognized for the quality of our programs. We manage over 200 different programs and services guided by the 7 dimensions of wellness. One standout program is our WOW van, Wellness on Wheels, which made 55 visits this year, reaching every major geographical area in town. This initiative was a fantastic collaboration with neighborhood associations and other partners to connect with underserved communities. Another highlight is Among Friends, adult day program for individuals with Alzheimer's disease, which served 1,906 participants this year. This program accepts Medicaid and is supported by a contract from Northwest Senior and Disability Services. And we can't forget our lifelong learning offerings. This year we served hundreds of people through classes in history, music, writing, personal enrichment, and skill building. Our fourth strategic goal focuses on utilizing a primary volunteer workforce and securing senior leadership. Volunteers are truly the lifeblood of Center 50 Plus. Every area of the center relies on committed volunteers. As a volunteer myself, I can attest to how enriching this experience has been. I meet people at Center 50 Plus. I took classes at Center 50 Plus. I just plain old expand my horizons by going there. This year, we funded a coordinator to expand outreach to non-English speaking community members and improve our volunteer experience with sound policies and procedures. As a key partner, Friends of Center 50 Plus walks alongside the center staff and operations, seeking ways to support both financially and with our volunteer workforce. Through initiatives like the Cup of Joe Sustainers Breakfast, Connection Cafe, Travel Program, Good Old Bingo, and our upcoming Boots, Scoot, and Brew on September 6th, we raised $125,000 to the city to support the center's annual budget. These funds help combat isolation, promote age-friendly community, and provide proactive programming to improve outcomes for our patrons. Before I hand it over to our Center 50 Plus director for insights on the Age-Friendly Communities Initiative, I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Thank you for believing in the work we do and supporting the 5-year livability levy. Your vote of confidence has ignited our passion to keep growing, serving, and finding new ways to reach more seniors. Our patrons thank you, and even those who don't yet know they will need us someday. Thank you for your support. Let's continue this journey together, and I look forward to sharing more about our future endeavors. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Marilyn Daly Blair, and I'm the director at Center 50 Plus. And I first just want to thank our Advisory Commission President John Hughes, our Friends of Center 50 Plus President Karen Bolliger, and of course, one of our Advisory Commission members here today, longstanding community member Annie Bate. I have the opportunity tonight, I just want to share with you a little bit about the Age-Friendly Community Initiative. It began clear back in 2017, so sometimes we don't talk about it as much, but I want to remind everyone that clear back in 2017, Council and our mayor asked the Center 50 Plus Advisory Commission to take the lead in creating a community for older adults, and that was called the Age-Friendly Salem Initiative. It was a year-long process, and we looked at 8 livability domains, from transportation to social participation to outdoor and open spaces, and as you can see, respect and social inclusion. Well, you know what happened between 2017 and today? There was a pause in this process, and it was called COVID. But what the work had been done in 2017, 2018, and 2019 allowed us to actually survive and grow and continue to serve our community during a very challenging time. Not because Center 50 Plus stood alone, but because 45 different community members, agency partners, church community, faith community, neighborhood associations, Salem Health, you name it, they were working together for an entire time of the year to say, how can we make Salem, with the #1 goal, educate the community on how to be an age-friendly community. And the #1 goal actually was just to get people to stop, pause, and consider the needs of older adults. It was that simple. At the end of that process, they created a plan. That plan breaks down all 8 livability domains, but you know, we have been doing this with no budget, and along with our regular ongoing work plan. And so we kind of choose things that what we consider the low-hanging fruit. We also know that we're limited to about 2 things a year, but we have been busy. We've been addressing transportation. We've been working with our partners at Salem Health. This past year, though, the Advisory Commission chose 2 goals. The first goal was transportation. And what happened through that is we were able to pilot a 100% volunteer-driven organization to give people rides. We call it a friendly driver program, meaning you make a friend and you get a ride. The other focus, of course, is on all of our minds, and that's housing. Not just affordable, but accessible housing. We are not in the housing business at Center 50 Plus, but to be responsive to the community and look at the community through the lens of older adults, we had to say, what could we do? We're in the relationship business. The relationship business is helping people build bonds to address greater needs. So we have embarked on a partnership with Catholic Community Services, and that is a co-housing project. What we do is the social component. Introduce people, help them work through situations, and support them with the resources that they need. We've included the action plan moving forward in your packet this evening, and we will continue to address 2 items a year. And I know that on the forethought right now, we know that housing continues to be, but from a different take, more environmental. How can we improve not just our physical environment of our homes, but how can we address our community as a whole? Today, we had our very first Energy and Resource Fair, and 125 people came, I think, and it was packed, and for the first effort, 20 partners came out, and it did exactly what we hoped, brought people together to talk. In closing tonight, I'm often asked, why are we different? What makes Center 50 Plus different? Different than any other rec center or gym in town. And I go back to the very first screen, it's about friendship. But Center 50 Plus is not just about programs, it's not about just keeping people busy. It's about forming relationships so that we can walk through and navigate this second chapter of our life together. Part of that is overcoming stereotypes. It's also about educating the community that if you have met one older adult, you have met one older adult. That there is no norm. There are patterns and there are things that we can avoid, but that we need to treat every older adult just like the individual they are. So tonight we close with what I would like you to put in your mind. If you have something that you think of when you think of an older adult, a grandma with a curl or bingo on Thursday afternoons, I want you to look at this crazy group invested in Center 50 Plus, that their whole focus is just turning everyone's stereotypes and ideas on its head and reminding everyone what strength there is in becoming an older person. Thank you.
Thank you, board members, for gathering at this critical time for Center 50 Plus. As you know, we have so many activities like exercise classes and the WOW van for the older adults in our community. It takes a lot of funding to make this happen. We're looking to further strengthen our funding streams by educating the community and finding more donors for this vital work. The good news is that our nonprofit, Friends of Center 50 Plus, provides about 50% of our yearly budget. We can build support for the nonprofit by getting more supporters to donate or inviting people to the Boot, Scoot, and Brew. Looking to build support for the Friends of Center 50 Plus, and that's why it's so vitally important that we educate the community about how we're funded and how they can donate to support. Fortunately, supporting Center 50 Plus is easy. We have the Boot, Scoot, and Brew event every September and the Cup of Joe Sustainers Breakfast every winter. We can also invite people to donate directly at friendsofcenter50plus.com. All of this support will help us to continue to serve the entire Salem-Keizer community. Let's do this. Talking to. All right. Thank you, board members, for gathering at this critical time for Center 50 Plus. Let's do it again. It takes a lot of funding to support,
And put your arms up.
As you know, we have so many amazing activities and services through whether it's the exercise class.
I understand Councilor Nordyke has a comment.
Yes, I did. First of all, thank you so much for your presentation, and please extend my gratitude to all your staff. There's so much about Center 50 Plus that people don't know, so having this opportunity to present that to our community is really important, because every time we hear from you, more folks hear about Center 50 Plus. I really want to commend you. I know we talked earlier this year about having bilingual staff, which you have, and I'm so grateful for that, because there is a huge need for Spanish-speaking staff at Center 50 Plus. Are those positions still filled at this time?
That's correct. We have 3 currently on staff, and then multiple volunteers that have been added to our volunteer workforce this year.
Wonderful. And another thing, and I'm really excited at the prospect of working with Catholic Community Services or any nonprofit really who's interested in housing. There are a lot of seniors who live alone in this city. Anyone who's knocked doors as a candidate running for office, or who's dropped off meals from Meals on Wheels, which would be me in both of those scenarios, I see a lot of seniors who live alone, and I know you do, because these are the lifeblood of your organization. So I hope you'll come back to us if there's anything that you need in that regard, because I can see opportunities for addressing our affordable housing crisis one home at a time. So I welcome opportunities to partner with you. And last but not least, I would love to follow up on some prior conversations. I still believe that Center 50 Plus could be a suitable candidate for our safe parking. That's our program for folks who are homeless but who live in cars. That the Center 50 Plus has amenities that would be ideally suited for folks who want to be able to walk inside to access services, use a restroom, use a shower even. And I think that there could be an opportunity for our seniors who are experiencing homelessness to partner with you, for them to build community as well. So I look forward to opportunities to work with you on that. But thank you again for all you do and for that terrific video. That was great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn. Anyone else have questions? Okay, thank you so much. Have a good night. Okay, that moves us on to public comment. And before we begin, I have some remarks to share and a request. Before we begin public testimony tonight, I want to take a moment to address the importance of how we engage with one another in this room. As your mayor, I fully recognize that we are facing complex and deeply personal issues at this time, both nationally and locally. All have the right to be heard. With that right comes a shared responsibility to maintain a space where everyone, including those we may disagree with, can speak without fear of being shouted down, insulted, or interrupted. That includes everyone, regardless of the issue they've come to speak about. At our last meeting, the tone in this chamber at times crossed a line. We had interruptions, personal attacks, and moments that made it difficult for voices on all sides to be heard. That is not acceptable, and it will not be allowed from here forward. This council welcomes all perspectives. Tonight, and at every meeting, we will uphold a standard of decorum. During times of public comment, each speaker will have 3 minutes. When that time is expired, I ask that you conclude. In the interest of time, we ask that you refrain from outbursts. I expect these ground rules to be respected. Thank you for respecting and following these guidelines to help us maintain a constructive and welcoming environment for all. We have much to do tonight, and your cooperation is appreciated. Thank you. Okay, we have quite a few folks signed up to speak. I'll call 2 names at a time. First person come forward to the center podium. Make sure the green light's on. As your name is called, come forward. As you begin your remarks, state your name and address or your ward for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. When you have 1 minute left, the light on the podium will flash yellow. The light will turn red when your time has expired. Thank you. First 2 names I'd like to call, TJ Sullivan and Julissa Rodriguez.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is TJ Sullivan. I have the pleasure of being the board chair for the Salem Main Street Association. We're the group that puts up Christmas lights every year and organizes the Christmas parade. Let me just start by saying we wake up every day thinking about how do we make downtown Salem stronger, better, for our community to come together. We recently held a symposium of sorts to let downtown business owners and property owners meet with city staff. A lot of you were invited and couldn't make it because of the ethics complaint. And I won't get into that, but there's a couple people, whoever brought the complaints, that are not welcome in downtown Salem anymore. But your staff did a great job of listening to what folks have to say, and it was really important because downtown business owners and property owners do not feel heard. They do not feel like their concerns are being addressed. There are concerns of safety, as well as trying to operate a business in an environment that is where their staff is consistently threatened, and they are concerned about what the impact of the upcoming parking changes are going to have on them. And I would definitely recommend to you that you look at how do you strengthen the police presence in downtown. That was a consistent comment that was heard by all who were in attendance at our symposium. So besides the additional police presence, the cops on bikes is again something that we would very much like to see, but also a cleanliness program. And Main Street is prepared to enter into an agreement with the city. I think it'd be wise to create a program where downtown is consistently beautified with trash being removed by volunteers and or a paid staff, as well as planters being hung again from the light poles. So I would just encourage you to think about it as we go into this time of parking meters, and there's a double collection that's going to be happening because the parking tax isn't going away just yet. And so I would just encourage you to look at ways that you can invest back into downtown. I think that would go a long way to help our downtown property owners and business owners. And of course, Main Street is here to partner with you and to make this happen. And I just would like to just add, Councilor Nordyke, your dad, I had a chance to drink a beer with him. Fantastic guy to hoist a pint with. As an Irishman, I could adopt him anytime.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Julissa Rodriguez and Brent DeHart.
Hello, my name is Julissa Rodriguez and I live in Ward 2. I'm a teacher and I'm here to advocate for my own students as well as students in the district. I want to discuss the disastrous choice the City Council made when having a contract with Avelo Airlines. How is paying for an already failing airline make sense? Summer is the time that is most needed for children to have enriching activities. The Boys and Girls Club has become very expensive to attend. It costs $60 a week per child. For many families already living paycheck to paycheck, that is impossible. And it costs almost $80 for one family visit to the Gilbert House. Why pay for an airline, especially an airline conducting immigrant abductions, when you could pay for summer programs for my students and the students in the Salem-Keizer School District? Why should these students be left to be bored out of their minds because the City Council decided Salem has money to pay for an airline rather than their well-being during the summer? Why are you on this council? Are you here? Who are you here for? Avelo CEO, ICE, or the thousands of kids in Salem? This contract with Avelo must end now. My students and their families deserve better.
Brent DeHart and Alex Gower.
Thank you. My name is Brent DeHart, and I do business in Ward 2. Thank you all for what you do and the volunteer time you put in. And Madam Mayor, one of the finest human beings I've ever met. Thank you. I represent Fly Salem, which is anchored by the city airport, SEDCOR, Travel Salem, and the Chamber of Commerce. My company is also the local contractor for Avello Airlines, and we do passenger boarding and luggage services. I'm here to provide a voice of support for Avello and the service that it brought to Salem without regard to any national issues that are simply not Salem issues. Due to time constraints, I apologize. I'm going to make my points in bullet points. 500 people a week are flying out of Salem, and I think their actions and their voices should be counted as people that do not agree with the activists currently in the room who are angry at the federal government. From industry sources telling me all the major airlines and many other charter operations are flying deportation flights. It's documented that United, Delta, American did so in the Trump's first term. This is not limited, not unique to Avello, and it's unfair to target them for ire that should be directed at the people that make the policy in Washington, D.C. If Avello ceased to exist, folks, there would be no change to the federal administration's policies or number of deportations. So I'm personally frustrated that a private sector young airline that has brought something good to Salem is the target of such hostility. Avello does not make the policy and has not endorsed any federal policy. Their press release flat out said they signed the contract for steady income, which is important for a startup. We can't cancel, as a culture, every company that contracts with the federal government. Logically, if we did, we'd be picketing Chevrolet because they make money selling Suburbans to ICE. So before people get deported and get on a plane, they might be picked up in a Chevrolet. So are we to cancel Chevy as well? Where does it end? So I feel the anger might be justified, but it is misdirected. Please leave something that's good in Salem out of this and to direct the anger where the decisions are made. In my own personal opinion, I'm glad that DHS are not using military flights to carry out these deportations as a citizen. I'm happy a private sector company will do it for less and provide private sector jobs as well. I would prefer that. Avello was only 3 years old when they took a chance to bring new routes to Salem and that had no service when no other airline would. And a large contingent of regional residents put up their own money in the time to make it happen. It's good for our community, and Avello's success is the only thing that will bring any other carrier or destination in the future. If we were to lose Avello, we would not see any commercial service probably again in my lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe it's Alex Gower and Aleida Saniana.
My name is Alex Baran, Ward 6. I'm also on the Equity Roundtable. I'm here to demand that the contracts with Avello get cut. I'll tell a little bit about how I became civically engaged in Salem. I grew up here in Salem, went to elementary school, kindergarten, high school, and then I got civically engaged. I get to be in spaces like this. I get to hear, not necessarily y'all directly, but city council people talk. I've heard how they talk about poor people, houseless people. I hear how you guys advocate for small businesses. There's definitely a big disconnection on how you guys treat each other, those issues. But going back to how I became civically engaged, I get to hear that. I lived in Northeast Salem my whole life. I know the issues. When we come out here and we talk about the systemic issues that affect us, and we bring in the facts and the statistics, the city always does the same tactic. They say, I feel really sorry, let's hire a consultant. Y'all are making a lot of people really rich, paying them to consult really simple issues. A lot of times they just tell you what you want to hear. They don't want to step on your toes, so they're very neutral. But going back to Avello, I want you guys to treat this issue like if we were like a small business, you know, if we were like someone that you guys, think us respectable, honest, worthy. Our communities are being kidnapped. The way they're being even like taken in Avelo Plains resembles a lot like how they would bring people over through the Middle Passage. They're like standing up. The people that work in Avelo can't talk to them. If they crash, they have to save the ICE agents. They can't save the people in there. There's women and children. And I'm not making this up. This is true. This is how it looks in an Avelo flight when people are getting deported. Our lives don't matter. A lot of times in Salem, business is very like small business. And when you throw out the word small business, you think it's like a mom and pop shop, working for their kids. But a lot of these small businesses are pretty big. It's like a false statement to say like, oh, small businesses. But going back, you guys really care about small businesses a lot. During COVID, it was all about the small businesses. It wasn't about the working class, single parents, people with disabilities, people of color. That seems to be the tone when it comes to Salem City Council. When it comes to addressing systemic issues, and I'm here to just remind you guys that just because we're not here all the time doesn't mean that we're not keeping track and we don't know that you guys are not actively working to make our communities better. We're aware of it, but yeah, I'm here to tell you guys to cancel the contracts.
Thank you, Alex. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Is it Aleida Saniana?
Yeah.
Okay, and next up after Aleida is Sandra Santos.
Hello. Hello, my name is Aleida, and all across the country, people are getting picked up from the streets, being separated from their loved ones, and are living in a period of terrorization because of ICE. You as leaders of Salem were elected to represent each community and resolve any issues that arises. But I don't think each of you are leaders if you are all continuously ignoring our demands to end the contract with Avelo Airline. Avelo Airline signed a $150 million contract with ICE and is hoping to deport families. Is this what you all believe in? Your silence and your inaction tells me you do. Because if you truly cared about your community, if you truly cared about humanity, if you truly cared about other people, you wouldn't be sitting here and doing nothing. You would be advocating to protect your own community, and you would end the Avelo contract and take any challenges that may follow when you decide to stand on the right side of history. But you all aren't willing to do right. Your inaction and silence tells me otherwise. Last meeting, you all applauded for the Salem Police Department and wanted to increase policing in downtown Salem. This is disgusting, and all of you are so out of touch with reality. Instead of investing in resources that our community needs, like providing food boxes to families who are scared of going out and shopping, or providing resources like Know Your Rights cards to the community, but instead you are all choosing to once again stand against the community. What the community needs right now is resources and protections. I demand that you all end the Avelo contract and stop being neutral to this issue, because this is a reality that many of our families are facing, and I will not let all of you guys sit here and say nothing.
Up next is Sandra Santos, and I believe it's Marlene Lopez.
On June 6, Avelo Airlines began its collaboration with ICE to kidnap and deport community members from King County and Washington State. Many of the community members you represent in Salem have seen our loved ones taken to the Northwest ICE Detention Center in Tacoma, Washington. So Avelo's contract with the City of Salem and ICE is not an abstract or simply an ideological issue for us. It holds material reality, and if not addressed by the City Council now, you will see our numbers here grow. Our loved ones are being systemically targeted, kidnapped, and disappeared. So act now. And I want to touch on an intersecting issue right now. On Friday, June 20th, the community held a peaceful march and rally from Northeast Salem to the Oregon State Capitol in response to the increased terrorizing and illegal ICE raids around the U.S. There were parents, children, youth, and elders participating in this march. The majority of those marching were people of color, like myself. From the beginning, we had Salem police presence to intimidate and scare civilians practicing their constitutional right. Salem police showed up in unmarked black vans wearing riot gear and constantly followed the people marching. We documented multiple vehicles speeding, including large trucks with U.S. flags, people yelling and harassing community members marching, and in some instances, making threats. We did not witness Salem police stop any of these vehicles speeding or addressing the individuals who harassed community members who were peacefully marching. We did witness Salem police target and intimidate people driving who they felt may be with the people marching. We also witnessed and documented Salem police pushing minors. Salem police were very aggressive, intimidating, and they were ready to arrest. They did not get their way because we, the people, made sure we kept everybody safe. Salem police proved that they do not care about keeping our community safe. They care about they created the conditions that support the narrative to criminalize youth and community members by doing these types of tactics, and in turn fuel mass incarceration and the deportation pipeline from Oregon. So I wonder if Oregon sanctuary status is targeted by the federal government tomorrow, how would Salem Police Department act? I think we know the answer because they showed how they acted on Friday, June 20th. So when we talk about the budget, let's talk about how Velo Airline contracts and the police department shouldn't be a priority. Instead, we should prioritize
Thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry, your time is expired.
Housing and education.
Okay, just a reminder, when you do come to the podium, please announce your name, your address, or your ward for the record. And Sandra, is it? Yes. Sandra Santos, and then I believe it's Marlene Lopez.
Hello, my name is Marlene. I am from Ward 5. I am here today to demand that we stop Avelo. There is nothing good that is being done, nor is our community positively benefiting from it. This is not bringing the resources that we need. Funding for our schools, access to better health care, or homelessness in our community. You guys want to sit here and say you guys have no funds and that you guys need the support of Avelo in order to get money. Then defund the police. The police isn't doing anything good. I saw the police push a girl of color aggressively while he didn't push someone, a white journalist. The ones who criminalize our colored youth, I watched. This says a lot about the police. What you guys as a council is doing is wrong and should be stopped. This goes against our policy as a sanctuary state. This is against our people. They are collecting blood money. They're the ones using our tax money in order to fund this atrocious act. Majority of our community is people of color. It is ironic for our council to be in support of this. You guys are not following the laws, but breaking them. As our people cry for this to end, you guys are deporting the people who work hard in this community, the people who aren't criminals, but that you guys criminalize. The people that not cross the border crossed them. Do better.
Ron Peters and Christina Ballard. And again, please announce your ward or your address for the record.
Hi there, Mayor, City Councilors, and City staff. I'm Ron Peters from Ward 7. I'm the General Manager of Salem Aviation at the Salem Airport. Thank you for bringing Avello to the city. Thank you for bringing them here. Thank you, and keep it going. This is what I hear all the time from people boarding the airplanes and also coming off. Off to Disneyland, time to play. This is so nice. It's a great way to go to a conference. Thank you for making this convenient and affordable. We're really close to home. Everyone is so friendly. We don't even get this service in Portland. You see, jobs are being created and filled. Sports teams are saving money. Families are connecting more often. Businesses are enjoying clients with little hassle and without added expense. So convenient and uplifting. For every concerned person regarding the airline, there are at least 10 who enjoyed the benefits that you provided them this last Sunday on 2 flights. You saw the benefit of having an airline established here in the city. You invested in Willamette Valley, showcasing an affordable, quick conduit for your constituents for travel. I applaud you for embracing the opportunity for growth and the airline that brings that to our community. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. And thank you, staff. May we have more years of commercial aviation partnership.
Thank you for your testimony. Christina Ballard and Lori Walker.
Christina Ballard, and I'm from Ward 7. While I am a commissioner on the Human Rights Commission, tonight I am here speaking on my own behalf. I'm speaking for myself and for so many people that this city seemingly does not want to see, much less hear from. The city report and comments I've heard around town about public safety, downtown, and perceptions of public safety are that the unsheltered and mentally ill make downtown less enjoyable. We're exposed to people suffering, and that lessens our enjoyment of downtown. Well, what a shame. Would you say the same thing if you were exposed to a group of children undergoing cancer treatment? Would you say the same thing if you saw people lined up, hooked up to their dialysis machines? No, you wouldn't. But you wouldn't see them because they're receiving care. Don't say it's different because those are physical maladies. There are physiological causes behind mental health issues. And did you know that there are physical concerns with mental health, persistent and severe mental health issues? People with persistent mental health issues have a life expectancy that is reduced by 9 to 20 years. Not because they may hurt themselves, but because someone else might hurt them. They're more likely to be the victims of a violent crime than the general population. And did you know that people with severe and persistent mental illness are also more likely to be prone to a host of physical maladies due to the medications they take? And also, they just simply don't get proper care. It always amazes me when we talk about the unsheltered and the mentally ill. Everybody asks, what can we do? We don't know. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We know what works. We see the example after example after example in municipalities across the country, across the world. Housing first. Treatment first. We know that works. But we resist it. We stick with the federal and the state and the county income limits and the federal and the state and the county affordable housing. It's not affordable. I'm college educated. I have a graduate degree. 50% of my income when I work one job goes to my rent. Change what affordable is. help people. Housing first works.
Thank you for your testimony.
Be creative and do something.
Thank you. Lori Walker and Peter Burgell.
Well, we all have a different story. Anyways, I'm Lori Walker. I live in Scan Ward 2. Haven't been up here for a while, but it's time to come back after seeing some of the previous testimony a few weeks ago. Some of the things I'm reading of a report, I'll get to that. I did send in written testimony. I don't know if I'll have time to get to that with what I'm going to say as well. I have been an advocate and guardian of unsheltered for many years. I worked at the state hospital for 30 years. I volunteer in the streets of Salem and at various shelters and agencies, as well as babysitting and other things in my life. Oregon has not kept pace with the psychiatric beds needed per the Oregon Health Authority. We are more than a few thousand short of psych beds in this state. I believe the state of Oregon and Marion County need to be held accountable for a mental health crisis, not the city of Salem, not the police. The Oregon legislature cut the funding 10 years ago for group homes for the mentally ill, at which time most of them closed. So they no longer had people to give them their meds. The majority of them had shut down. So I saw in a report by the attorney, Salem attorney, that was requested, I guess, a couple weeks ago. I don't know how that report could be written in a couple-week period, to my knowledge, without any information from advocates, without any information for people who are on the streets working with people. I go by myself everywhere in Salem other than at night. And whether it's my neighborhood or elsewhere, I've been scared one time downtown of somebody screaming and yelling at me. But other than that, there's stuff happening all over this city that is not limited to downtown. I'm curious how that report was made, going back to that, about safety downtown, and I wonder how the information got in there, or if it was cherry-picked by only certain people who were able to contribute information. Has anyone gone back and looked at what's in the homeless task force from a few years ago that we all spent a lot of time working on and putting together? I think the county probably finally stepping up and putting mental health people with police is a good thing. I don't think the police should necessarily be first responders to people who are already fearful of everyone. And I know from my experience, more mentally ill and homeless people in the streets are more scared of us than we need to be of them.
Peter Burgell and Jesse Hayes. Remember to state your name, your ward, or your address for the record, please.
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the council, my name is Peter Burgell. I live in Ward 2. I'm sorry to be back before you again today, taking both of our valuable time, but I do expect you, both individually and collectively, to take some kind of action on the Avello issue. And we keep bringing it up. I understand the concerns several of you have expressed regarding canceling the Avello contract, and I respect your reasoning. I do. So let's take that off the table. I still believe there are many actions you can take, both individually and collectively, and these include the following. As a council, pass a resolution condemning Avello's contract with ICE. It's not so hard to do. Refer the issue to the Salem Human Rights Commission with a request that they recommend action to you. It's another thing you can do. Adopt a resolution agreeing that you will not renew Velo's contract when it expires in September. Easy thing to do. Probably weren't going to do it anyway. And refer the city attorney's opinion to Attorney General Dan Rayfield for a second legal opinion. Those are things that you can do as a council. As individuals, you can provide moral leadership in the following ways, and I want to thank Councilor Varney especially for showing up at the picket yesterday at the airport, and also Vanessa Nordyke for what she said earlier today at this meeting. Make public statements expressing your concern about Avelo's contract with ICE, both here before the council and in other public settings. That's something you can do. You're citizens, you have a right to your opinion. Tell us now, at this meeting, that you support referring the issue to the Human Rights Commission seeking an action recommendation. Announce your intent here today not to vote to renew Avelo's contract. Send a public letter to Avelo seeking guarantees that Salem residents will never be deported by Avelo without a court order signed by a judge. Okay? Many of you were backed by Progressive Salem when you ran for the council, and at that time you agreed to Progressive Salem's vision statement, which reads in part, promoting respect and fair treatment for all people, and ensuring Salem's government engages with wider issues of justice and sustainability. I'm here to call you back to those principles in relation to the city's decision to ally itself with Avelo. As I requested the first time I appeared before you here on this issue, please do something. Thank you.
Jesse Hayes and Philip Devon.
Hi, councilors, Mayor Oy, staff. Is it all right? I'm happy to see item 5C moved, added on to today. Is it all right if I move my testimony to then, or do I have to speak now? It's fine, either way.
Jesse, go ahead and speak now, if you would. Thank you, sir.
You got it. My name is Jesse, Ward 1. I own Archive Coffee and Bar in Ward 1 as well, and I live down there. When I saw that council was bringing in metered parking to the downtown core, I was deeply concerned. But I also figured that there would be a launch that would have gradients, in-betweens, something that would give the citizens not whiplash coming in, not going 0 to 100 on 3 hours free, and then 0 hours free. And I also have been deeply concerned that if we roll out parking meters as is, I've been deeply concerned that there hasn't been affordable enough parking for low-income downtown employees. I'm happy to see that you are pushing that. Please, thank you. Please do make it affordable enough for the low-income earners. I don't know what you all's proposal for that will be. But I'm still really deeply concerned about just going to no free parking for the citizens of downtown, citizens of Salem coming into downtown. To give you perspective, I know some of you all run businesses, but if 70% of people come in at the same rates that they were before, but 10% of people just skip it now that they have to pay or walk from a parking garage, and 20% of people come in less often than they did before, that's a 20% reduction in business. That will be something that will kill a lot of us. We won't make it. I've been talking with downtown business owners. We're not doing well. Restaurants aren't doing well. Entertainment's not doing well. Retail's not doing well. If we see a 20% reduction or 10% reduction or whatever it is going to be in business now, it's not going to work for us. I desperately would like to ask for you all to delay your launch and think through something in between. Give the citizens an hour free, and then roll out paid meters, and give employees something that they can actually afford. I'm down to help pay for the employee parking stuff, but really it needs to be affordable enough for the low-income earners. It's really hard to buy a pass if you are making minimum wage. So please consider delaying, rethinking the launch, rolling it out in some kind of in-between, and
Thank you for
give us
your
a chance to
testimony,
make it
Jesse.
here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Philip Devon, and then Robert Gonzalez.
Good evening, Council. My name is Philip Devan. I am homeless. Okay. So it seems like people would like to see more shoppers downtown, but there's a fair amount of people zipping by on their scooters and bikes, and there's people with mobility issues that struggle with navigating the uneven sidewalks and having to watch out for the fast pace of people being in hurries going by, going to work or whatnot, speeding past them, and people in cars speeding past, and you're trying to go through the crosswalks, and you got cars trying to make turns, zipping through, and people being in a hurry. And it seems like downtown needs to be geared more to the slower paced, walking pace, to where people can slow down and walk and enjoy the shopping experiences. And that's where it seems like there needs to be that more of the police presence there of you have the mentally challenged people that people are and the kids are scared of to be around, and that there needs to be, and you get the people speeding by that needs to be slowed down. And I see the same thing, I guess, even at nighttime, that when the bars are closing down, you've got people that are revving up their engines, getting their cars, speeding away, showing off, whatnot, and that, it seems like there needs to be, I don't see cops around too often at night when the bars are closing down, but it seems like there needs to be at least a cop car, like at Court Street, at the Court Street and Liberty Street, intersection of where the people leaving the bars see police presence and think twice about their actions of leaving the bars, of getting a car intoxicated, or, of slowing down and getting home safely. And because I guess downtown is, at 3 a.m. when there's hardly anybody downtown, it's really peaceful to walk around and enjoy the lights and just take it in, where it's peaceful being there. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Robert Gonzalez and Lori Doherty.
Good afternoon or evening. My name is Robert Gonzalez. I live in Ward 4. I'm coming today kind of impromptu to speak about Avelo Airlines. I am the adopted son of a man who came from Mexico. He came illegally. He was here illegally, and he adopted me and became my father and raised me my entire life. My life is vastly better, vastly improved by having a father than not having a father. So this issue is somewhat personal to me because he was a hardworking man, and he earned his citizenship. He worked for it and bought a house and got his citizenship. He did the whole thing. He did the American dream, and he raised me, so I benefited directly. When Salem I don't believe perhaps Salem signed on necessarily to act as a transit hub for human trafficking. But that's what kind of turned into. And I agreed with many of the recommendations made by another citizen earlier to distance yourself from Avelo Airlines. I understand that Salem has a lot of budgeting issues, and I don't know if that's related to measures 5 and 50, or because Salem's downtown is occupied by the government and doesn't pay taxes. Nevertheless, this way of making money is not ethical. It's blood money, it's trafficking. I read an article from NPR from 2018 describing how migrants in Libya would be sold into slavery. And just today, the Supreme Court ruled that it was legal for the United States to send people to a third country, not of their own origin, not deport them back to their country of origin, but to a third country. It's already been done with El Salvador. It's trying to be done with South Sudan, which is currently in a civil war. And those people trapped in a country where they're not from could be subject to human trafficking. We are directly involved in that, related to that. We're spending money on it. So I'd rather not. Sure, we could probably make a lot more money if we help them round up people and ship them away, but it wouldn't really be ethical. It'd be pretty bad. So in the interest of our souls, I would recommend the City Council find some way to detangle themselves from this company. I understand it makes money and it brings them jobs, but there are some things that are not worth it. And this is it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Lori Doherty and then Lydia Eaton.
Go ahead. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Hoy and councilors. My name is Lori Doherty. I live in Ward 1. I want to speak tonight. I want to put my time on two issues. One is the airport in Avelo. The other is on the public safety report, for downtown. I'll start with Avelo. They made it clear when they signed their contract with the federal government to facilitate to transport deportees and people to detention areas. They did it for the money. They're here for the money, and the city provided them with a lot of money, a lot of resources, and that needs to stop. One thing that you can do is do not renew the minimum revenue guarantee. It evidently from the city attorney's report, that contract ends in October. You do not renew it. If it's money in there in this budget, take it out. Take it out tonight before you vote on the budget. They are operating under illegal and unconstitutional mandate from a rogue president. That's clear. I hope that this council will take a position in opposition to what Avelo is doing, how they're doing their business, and and what you think about it, and that you will do your best to try and withdraw from funding agreements, do not renew them, and if you can get out of the ones that are existing, do it. Okay, I'd like to actually talk about the public safety report. I live near downtown. I walk around downtown all the time. I do not have a car. I walk to do errands downtown. I walk to the parks. I walk to the bus station. That's how I live. So I see things that are disturbing. I see things that are not hygienic. I think things that are sad. I see these things. But I don't feel threatened. These are people, the homeless population are people that I feel very sorry for. Many of them need mental health services. Some of them just need shelter and work. Some of them do work, and they just don't make enough to be able to get off the streets. So I think instead of putting more police downtown, that's not going to make me feel safer. It's going to be intimidating for the people, the homeless population. Put the resources of the city, I know you're working on it, but do it, focus laser focus on housing, shelter, and services. That's what we need in order to have a safe and livable city.
All right, Lydia Eaton and then Aaron Donathorn.
Good evening. My name is Lydia Eaton. I believe I live in Zone 1. I'm over on Cottage Street. I am here with SEIU to speak regarding the Avelo contract. On June 9th, there was a city council meeting here in which citizens of Salem were told that we were heard regarding the contract of Salem Airport with Avelo Airlines. City councilors then told Salem citizens of Oregon's sanctuary status and the Salem's sanctuary city status. The very next sentence, city councilors informed citizens that to dump the Avelo contract would be a breach. However, it took 2 months from the start of the protests and 2 weeks from the submission of a petition signed by more than 500 citizens of Salem for City Council to explain the breach from our city attorney. I ask you, City Councilors, from what are you hiding? It fell to a concerned citizen to read the contract and inform City Council where Avelo actually, in fact, breached the contract. Therefore, I ask you, are we or are we not a sanctuary city, sanctuary state? If we are, then I, along with more than 500 concerned citizens of Salem who took the time to sign a petition, call upon Salem City Council to stand with migrant workers and send a clear message of sanctuary and solidarity. You cite that to dump Avelo Airlines contract would incur exorbitant fines from the FAA. How much are the lives of the people being deported worth? To Avelo, I would say this. Everyone else is doing it. That's your argument to the audience and to the concerned citizens who signed a petition. Again, silence is telling. Make a stand, please.
Aaron Donathorn and Matthew Boulay.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Donathorn. I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm here today to also add my voice to all of those who've expressed concern and disgust regarding Avelo Airlines' decision to contract with ICE for deportation flights. The key issue with those flights is that people are being deported without due process. Salem is a sanctuary city and a sanctuary state. Our sanctuary law protects the safety, dignity, and human rights of all Oregonians. The actions of Avelo Airlines show they do not share Salem or Oregon's values. I recognize our city is in a rough shape financially, and terminating the contract may be cost prohibitive. I did read the city attorney's report. I will be disappointed if the contract cannot be terminated, as I want our city to be on the right side of history. I ask you to uphold your oaths as city councilors to uphold the Constitution, which includes our constitutional right to due process. And I encourage you to consider all possible options to break the contract. However, regardless of the contract, there are still actions that this council can take. I call on City Council to issue a statement condemning Avelo Airlines' decision to contract with ICE for deportation flights. Do not renew the contract. I would also like Council to adopt a resolution similar to a bill being considered in the Connecticut State House that any future city contractors must pledge not to cooperate or contract with any federal immigration authority for purposes of the detention, holding, or transportation of an individual, whether or not that cooperation or contract is conducted outside of our city. Finally, I'd like to comment on the earlier testimony that the 500-ish customers that frequent the airport are presumptive supporters of the airline. I was there yesterday at an informational picket with Councilor Varney. Thank you for coming. Many of the people we interacted with were unaware of the airline's contract with ICE and do not support Avelo's actions after people at the picket discussed that with them. So I'd caution you I just caution you about that assumption. Thank you so much for your time.
Matthew Boulay and Victoria Tim.
Good evening, councilors. I'm Matthew Boulay, 97302. Welcome, Councilor Vang. Councilor Nordike, thank you for your comments condemning Avelo's actions. And Councilor Varney, thank you for showing up at the protest yesterday. I want to be hopeful tonight. Avelo is finally on the agenda. Thank you for that. But it's not enough for us to simply be told that the contract can't be canceled. You've told us that before. We understand you have concerns about canceling the contract. We may quibble about whether those concerns are legitimate or not, but I respect that that's how many of you feel, and that's the legal advice you're being given. But please do not let the conversation end there. Do not say we can't cancel the contract, and so we're going to be silent, or we're going to do nothing. A number of speakers have said again and again suggestions for meaningful, important action. What Avelo is doing is about due process. We as Americans hold due process rights to be sacred and fundamental. If a Salem police officer were to arrest somebody, that officer and the system would certainly guarantee due process rights. That's fundamental American right, and Avelo is transporting individuals whose due process rights have been ignored. That's never before happened in this country at this scale. It's never before happened with a city contractor. You have an obligation to recognize that and to own it. Let me echo some of the other suggestions. If you can't cancel the contract, tell us that you don't support renewing the contract. Tell us as individuals, if you're able to pass this as a resolution with a majority, then do that. But make a stand against what Avelo is doing in violating due process rights. If you consider due process to be a human right, not just an American right enshrined in our Constitution, but a human right, refer this issue to the Human Rights Commission. If Avelo is outstanding as we've heard from folks who say it saves sports teams money, then they have nothing to fear in front of the Human Rights Commission. Let the folks who are charged by the city with advising you on human rights wrestle with this. Invite them to make a report. So oppose renewing the contract, refer this to the Human Rights Commission, but don't let this evening pass without doing something. Thank you.
Victoria Tim and Juno Flores.
Good evening, Council. My name is Victoria Tim, and I live in Ward 6. And I'd like to begin by congratulating our latest councilor, Mai Vang, on her victory representing my neighborhood. I wish you a very fruitful time with Council. But that is not why I'm here to talk today. I would like to say that I spent a couple months advocating for the livability levy, and I'd like to thank all of you guys for your endorsement, which was pivotal in passing that levy, which ensured 5 years of funding, with the exception of Shane Matthews, who did not endorse it. But let's hope for a long-term solution. The last thing I'm here to talk about is the report on public safety that you guys will hear tonight. A lot of People in the community, especially downtown, are clamoring for more public safety, more police officers. But I am not convinced that cops make anything safer. I'm a visible minority. I'm transgender, in case you couldn't tell. And as a visible minority, I do not see cops as being there to protect me. I see somebody who carries the implicit threat of violence above them. Downtown, if you were to add more police officers in Northeast Salem, it would create a feeling of unease and anxiety in the neighborhoods I love. Does putting armed patrols of police who have often acted above the law, much to the loss of our city's funds, actually create the sense of safety that people are asking for? Well, I'm not so sure. It simply does not address the fundamental problems that people are clamoring to have you fix. Such things as horrible violence and safe housing. People need safe housing, food, a supportive community, health care. Violence simply begets more violence, and I feel that police will just add to the fire. Throwing more police at the vulnerable members of our community is bad policy and simply bad ethics. At best, it's a Band-Aid solution. And as our problems get worse, we can't act like adding taxpayer-funded violence would ever bring peace. So I will leave you with this. At the very best case scenario, a police officer is a poorly trained social worker with a gun.
Thank you. Juno Flores and then Elise Strauss.
Hello, I am Juno Flores from Ward 8. I'm here to talk about the issue with Avelo. I love my mother. She is an immigrant from Guatemala. She is half El Salvadoran, half Guatemalan, and I am those and more. I was born and raised in a Germanic Mennonite community in Kansas. I carry the values of being raised with Mennonites, and that is of peace, love, and the supporting of our community. And our community is full of Black and brown immigrants here legally or illegally. It does not matter. They are the backbone of our city. My mother works in the hospital as an interpreter and sees the wide array of people that come in who work for this city, who have suffered from the city. And now you are supporting a corporation that is shipping off innocent people who have not gotten their due process. That is criminal. It is awful that you as a sanctuary city and this as a sanctuary state have not said anything. You have not condemned them. At the very least, do not renew their contract. And on the other hand, adding more police to the downtown area will not make it safer. I'm currently employed in the downtown area. I have not had an issue with the homeless. I have had an issue with the police. I have had consistent, multiple occasions in which they have interacted with protesters and the community in a threatening and unkind manner. Yet, you wish to add more to an already volatile situation. Homeless people are not a threat. They're not going to jump at you constantly. They are hurt, they are ignored, and what should be done is focusing on housing and mental health. I have a lot of medical issues myself, and what I love and why I moved to Oregon is because of the resources you can provide. Fund it more. Add more resources to your community and not the police. There are so many things you can do, yet you refuse to. Many people here have made great suggestions to you, and yet I wonder if you're going to listen. That's all I have to say.
Elise Strauss and Alex S.
Hi, my name's Elise Strauss. I'm from Ward 8. I sent you an email about 6 weeks ago. This is my 3rd council meeting, and you didn't get back to me. And all I asked was for clarification about the Avelo contract. I understand it's a fiscally a big ask. I had questions. I just wanted clarification. And I've been here, like I said, this is my 3rd council meeting, and I've watched people stand up here, some in tears, some furious, asking for help, asking for information, and I've since heard from several people that you don't return emails and you don't return calls. And this Avelo contract is one issue. Everything's on fire right now, and these fires forge leadership. This situation in history where we are right now is an opportunity for each of you to step up and speak out. ICE is coming. I've downloaded an app, 2 apps, that alert me to ICE sightings. They've been sighted in Portland, Wilsonville, Albany, Newburgh. They're coming. What's the plan? What's the plan? You ward counselors, what's going to happen when ICE shows up in your ward? What does the police chief say? Are they going to help? Are we going to get LAPD cops that shoot people with dum-dum bullets? Or are we going to get cops like in Bell, California, that happened this weekend? The cops and the firefighters stood with the people and turned ICE away. We can do it, but you have to lead. You have to listen, and you have to help us. We're giving you the opportunity to turn these fires into leadership. So I understand that canceling the Avelo contract is a big ask, and you probably aren't going to do it, but you have to stand up and say why, that it's unconscionable to support it. And then you have to come up with a plan. What is the plan when ICE shows up? Because some of us are going to be there, and we're going to record it. Are you going to protect us, or are you going to let your constituents get snatched and kidnapped? And you need to go on Twitter and you need to watch those videos, because every day there's a new video posted. Do something.
Alex S. and then Alex B.
Hi, my name is Alex. I'm Ward 5. I'm here with many of other folks to say no to all of those contracts. These deportations represent stories cut short, families separated, and communities devastated. The people being deported are not threats. They are mothers, fathers, children, students, workers, and neighbors, and people who contribute millions of tax dollars that you all budget every year for this city, and that you all are represented in each ward, whether they voted for you or not. They are part of our community. They deserve dignity and not displacement. And let's be clear about what Avelo is doing is not just transportation. It's complicity by partnering with ICE. Avelo is enabling and profiting off deportations machines that have long been rooted in racial injustice and system targeting Black, brown, indigenous, and immigrant communities. This is not about public safety. This is not about law. This is about businesses choosing profit over people, choosing contracts over keeping communities safe and together. Every dollar made by these deportation flights is a stain by suffering. Behind each seat of those planes is a story lost, a father ripped from his children, a student denied a future, a worker taken from their job, a neighbor vanished without no warning. These are acts of violence. Avelo is helping to carry them out. These are nothing neutral about this. Avelo cannot claim to be a community-focused airline while actively participating and focus on removal of community members. Silence is not neutrality, it's an endorsement. Compliance is not safety, it's violence. The hands of those who support and defend this work are not clean. We refuse to stand while our skies are being used to carry out cruelty. We refuse to have our tax dollars fund this suffering. We refuse to have our names associated with these flight planes. I also want to touch base on the wanting to push more police in downtown Salem and funding that. I don't think you all should forget that this police department was also rated the most deadliest police department out of all the police departments. And this has to be with an issue due to people who are facing mental health crises, which are majority of our neighbors who are living downtown because of the unaffordable housing, because of the unaffordable resources that you are not implementing. These money-hungry police departments rather push to get more funding every single time they try taking our libraries, our 50 Center Plus, or resources from our community, rather than focusing and putting that money into our communities and organizations who are doing the work, the preventative work, and not the work of those who are trying to continue policing our neighbors and our community members, our youth, who are focusing on pushing out ICE in our communities.
Alex B. Not here. Moving on, Alondra S. And then Roberto GM.
Hi, my name is Alondra. I'm in Ward 5, and I'm here to demand that the City of Salem ends its contract with Avelo Airlines, an airline that partnerships that puts profit over people and causes direct harm to our communities. Avelo Airlines is a commercial airline and the only airline that operates out of Salem, Oregon. In May, Avelo Airlines signed a contract with ICE for about $150 million. Avelo Airlines has chosen to work with ICE in enabling deportations and the violent machinery of detention and family separation. By doing this, they are actively participating in the trauma and displacement of immigrant families. They are making money while helping ICE target our loved ones, our neighbors, our co-workers, and our children. Oregon is a sanctuary state which prohibits local law enforcement from cooperating or assisting federal immigration officials. This is not just an issue happening somewhere else, this is happening here. We feel the impact every day. People are afraid to travel, to go to work, or to even take their kids to their schools. Our mental health suffers under the constant threat of raids and removals, and now an airline operating out of our own airport is helping ICE to do this dirty work. Myself and many folks in here are demanding that Avelo stops putting people on planes to deport them. Thank you.
Roberto GM and Cindy R.
Hello, my name is Roberto and I live in Ward 5. I want to talk to you all about the Avelo Airlines contract and this city's decision to fund them despite their track record of deporting our community. I will not assume of any of y'all's ignorance as to what is happening to our community across the U.S., but it demands repeating. Just like previous administrations, but amplified discriminately and through a racist practice, ICE has been kidnapping people of color, kidnapping community organizers, kidnapping anyone who dissents against the Trump administration. ICE is taking American citizens and undocumented people from their homes, from the streets, from their communities to make a profit. Nobody, not in the least of our undocumented community members, are being given due process. Is that right to you? Let me repeat that. Citizens and especially undocumented people are being kidnapped by federal agents and trafficked to concentration camps, otherwise known as ICE detention centers. And yet, the City of Salem has the disturbing audacity to support and abet the company Avelo Airlines that does the disgusting work of deporting people. Of course, the city, whose name translates to peace, would unconditionally support the separation of so many families. Of course, the city would approve $1.2 million to Avelo Airlines to break our community instead of, oh, I don't know, solving the growing houselessness crisis we see right outside as we speak. Of course, the city would find it convenient to deport those who aren't rich white people who can't afford plane tickets. But this does not have to be the case. I pay city taxes, and I demand that my money not be used to deport my own community. I pay taxes here, and I demand the immediate termination of this city's contract with Avelo. I have yet to hear a real compelling argument, if at all, that is legitimate defense of your choice to keep this contract, and that speaks volumes of who will and won't make a buck dehumanizing innocent people. Be the progressive representatives you all claim to be. End the Avelo contract. I also want to use the remaining part of my time to say that it must be a privilege to feel safe around cops. It really is a privilege. I'm not given that privilege as a marginalized person. We never had any of that privilege to feel safe around cops. So let's get rid of that privilege altogether. Fund our communities, not cops.
Cindy R. And then Jennifer Benavides.
Cindy, Ward 5. I urge the City Council to take a strong stance against the funding of Avelo Airlines and a strong stance against any additional funding to the police. This city needs to stop directly funding the abuse towards communities of color, whether it is Avelo Airlines and their role in deportation flights and the direct kidnapping of immigrants, or funding what was named the deadliest police department in Oregon, because in the past 10 years, Salem police have killed people at a higher rate than any other city in Oregon, in case you all forgot. Lawsuits regarding excessive police force cost the city $2 million in the past 2 years. 2 were civil trials, which the city lost in court, one to a woman who police struck with rubber bullets at a protest, another to a man falsely arrested and subjected to excessive force, and another to settle a lawsuit filed by a woman whose son was murdered by Salem PD. It does not make sense to fund a police department who has cost the city so much money, and who this weekend shoved and intimidated peaceful protesters, most of them young people. This abusive behavior cannot be rewarded. Supporting Avelo Airlines and an increase in police budget just tells us that you genuinely do not care about our communities. Where are the conversations about the social determinants of health, about human rights being violated? As a community health worker, I know this information is accessible to you. As city council members, you need to do better and listen to your constituents and humanize our trauma and experiences. We are not disposable people, and we will not stay quiet to the injustices you feed time and time again. The contract of Avelo Airlines is a direct violation of the sanctuary laws here in Oregon. We demand that you end all contracts with Avelo Airlines, a corporation profiting off of the dehumanization of immigrants. The money you provide Avelo is blood money. People have been dying in ICE detention centers. Deportation flights shackle immigrants on flights. I can give you a long list of human rights violations that have been documented. We don't need your words, we need your action.
For Jennifer Benavides,
Okay,
she had to go.
please announce your name and your address or your ward
Yes,
for the record.
Elizabeth Infante. I am in Ward 7. I'm here, Jennifer Benavides, who did have to run. Jennifer and I both share the same client. Our client owns the Rite Aid downtown, and she couldn't be here tonight, of course. She's out of Sonoma County, but she really wanted to let the city know that she received some wonderful hate mail from the City of Salem. She's being fined $1,500 for public nuisances. Looks like it's violation of SRC Code 5805 for having human feces on the walls and the doors of the Rite Aid. that Jennifer was ServPro, her team continuously keeps cleaning. She's receiving a violation for $375 for not having the number 345 up on the Rite Aid building that we replaced again. Our clients who own these buildings downtown spend a lot of money cleaning up down there. And when we ask for it to not fall on deaf ears, it's because they're deciding to just take their properties out. They're frustrated, they're mad, and it's not about brokers getting a commission either. When we speak about public safety downtown, I don't speak of it from a biased opinion or a broker who wants a commission. I speak of it from knowledge because not only do I walk down there every day, but I had a child who was homeless. My husband's in the audience where we both had to walk into these homeless camps looking for her. So is there violence in there? Yes, there is. I also work at the juvenile department as a relief worker, where I often have police officers bring in juveniles from the downtown area who are assaulted, who assault others. So when I come to you guys, I come to you with real life experience and say, this is what's happening. I know how the cookies are made in the background because of some of you have already known and met me before. I've worked in the criminal justice system, I've worked at the DA's office, I've worked at the circuit court, and I've worked at the jail. And I can tell you, the stuff goes on in those streets. It's not just an addiction where people feel that it's an illness. And I speak of it from experience. I, as was sitting here tonight, got an email and a text message from my clients who are business owners on Lancaster. They're getting together, Hispanic business owners, because I represent a lot of Hispanics. They're getting together to do, they want to have as many votes and as many signatures as possible to get against the city and saying they're done because they're tired of being assaulted by homeless people. And they're tired of having to repair and pay for stuff that they break. That's ridiculous. So, and I don't come, again, I'm not an unbiased person because I'm a Hispanic. My dad is from Mexico. He came here 50 years ago and got his green card. But again, this is not going to end. I think next meeting, there's going to be a lot more people coming and saying they're done, they're tired of it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Okay, that takes care of public testimony for tonight. Let's move on to the consent calendar.
Could we take a 10-minute break?
10 minutes, okay, or you want 5? Okay, time for a stretch and a restroom break. Yeah, Councilor Nordike? Welcome back, everybody. Councilor Varney will join us shortly. Let's go ahead, Council President Nordike, or Nishioka rather, and go for the consent calendar.
We both start with an N. I move to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 3.2B, which has been pulled by Councilor Matthews.
Second. Okay, a second by Gwen. Will you go ahead with the consent calendar, please?
Yes, I will. So the consent calendar consists of 3.1A on June 9th, 2025, draft City Council minutes. Resolution 3.2A, adopt Resolution 25-13, adopting the fiscal year 2026 downtown parking budget and setting the business paid parking tax for the downtown parking district. 3.2C, adopt Resolution 25-15, authorizing a transfer of appropriations within the city's fiscal year 2025 budget. Action item 3.3A, Adopt the capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2026 through fiscal year 2030 as recommended by the Budget Committee. And that concludes the consent calendar.
Thank you. Do you have anything? Oh, yes, Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you. One moment. So I will be pleased to cast my vote regarding the capital improvement plan this year. And I wanted to remind folks that I had not participated in that earlier this year because after speaking with our city attorney, I'd requested advice from the Oregon Government Ethics Commission on whether I had a conflict of interest that would preclude me from participating in budget deliberations, including but not limited to the capital improvement plan. And I declined participating in those deliberations until I received a response from OGEC. And last week, OGEC informed me that I may participate in those meetings. So I'm pleased to cast my vote for the capital improvement plan and for the budget, which I know has been separately pulled. But I wanted to provide that explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I will just make note that Councilor Tigan had an emergency call, and so he'll be back in a moment. Just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you. All right. If there's nothing further on the consent calendar, will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Gwynn?
Aye.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Councilor Vang?
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke?
Aye.
Councilor Varney?
Aye.
Councilor Tigan is absent. Councilor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councilor Matthews?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Aye. Okay, we have no public hearings. We're moving on to special orders of business. Councilor Nishioka, please go ahead.
So will we have someone come up first and make motion? Yes. There we go.
Great.
I'll make
Present. Thank you.
Good evening. Josh Eggleston, Chief Financial Officer. Thank you, and Mayor, City Councilors. I'm sorry, this is the wrong presentation, Brent. Do we have the Local Option Livability Oversight Committee? I'll go ahead and get started. You have the slides in front of you, I think. The slides just outline the structure in the staff report and just wanted to walk through it really briefly for your discussion or for your consideration. For membership for the Local Option Levy Oversight Committee, the Livability Levy Oversight Committee, staff are recommending 3 city councilors, 4 community members, which are residents of Salem. For those community members, 1 representing each of the 3 functional areas. So Parks and Recreation, Salem Public Library, Center 50 Plus, and 1 community member at large. And as with most committees, we're recommending appointment by the mayor. On the next slide, the primary responsibility will be to review expenditures of levy funds to ensure they are used exclusively for the purpose outlined in the ballot measure. Some areas of review would include annual financial audit results, the 5-year forecast for the Livability Levy Fund, the proposed budget, and quarterly financial reports. A few other points of consideration. We're recommending quarterly meetings for frequency. For reporting, the committee will provide an annual report detailing how the levy funds have been spent to the City Council. For transparency and visibility, all committee members will be open to the public, ensuring transparency and public accountability, and meeting materials will be posted on the city's website. And just a reminder, the ballot language did include an audit requirement subject to an independent audit annually to confirm compliance with the measure's restrictions. And then just for your consideration, we're almost maybe to the PowerPoint. We'll see, but the status of accountability measures, dedicated fund through adoption of the fiscal year 2026 budget got pulled, so you'll consider that pretty soon. Later this evening, the City Council will create the local option levy fund, Fund 151, as recommended by the Budget Committee. The Oversight Committee, through this report, staff are proposing a structure for the Livability Levy Oversight Committee. And then audited annually. The first audit of the Livability Levy funds will occur in the fall of 2026, following the close of the first fiscal year that the city will receive levy funds. And in conclusion, our recommendation is to approve the proposed structure and formation of the Livability Levy Oversight Committee. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Nordike.
Thank you, Josh. Finance Committee recently voted to support moving forward with a performance audit of Parks and Library. How would that interface with this Levy Oversight Committee? It seems to me that whatever the findings are of those performance audits would be useful information to present to the Levy Oversight Committee.
Agreed, absolutely. So there were some items presented for consideration for their review, but certainly findings of a performance assessment related to one of those functions, it would certainly be complementary to their other tasks, their other responsibilities.
Anyone else have questions? Yes, Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. Josh, I know that we had some testimony that was kind of concerned that the steering committee might find ways to like redirect money or not follow the rules that are within the levy that we had. Again, you've explained it to us and I believe we all understand. I would just like to hear again that we would be following the writing of the levy, making sure that the funds are all in these appropriate departments and the required functions. So if you just speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. So the city is required to follow the restrictions listed out in the ballot language. So regardless of if there's an oversight committee, regardless of an annual audit, we're required to follow those. So these are additional accountability measures on top of that kind of baseline requirement. So we'll do a separate, we'll get a separate audit opinion on the expenditures from that fund to ensure compliance with the ballot language. This oversight committee will have the representation from council and community members, depending on what the council wants to do with that. They'll also be reviewing all the expenditures, ensuring compliance with the ballot language. Regardless, we have to follow the legal restrictions. So even if they were to recommend spending on something not legally required, the city couldn't do that. We'd still have to follow the restrictions.
Thank you for clarifying.
Councilor Varney.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hoy. I was curious, how was the structure of the committee decided? I guess. And the reason I bring this up is because an individual from West Salem submitted an email talking about the way the membership was developed, and I thought he had some very good suggestions where there would be more input for membership from the various boards or commissions that have oversight for the programs, like the Salem Parks and Recreation Advisory Board or the Center 50 Plus Advisory Commission. So I guess I thought he had some pretty good ideas, and he also mentioned some concerns about the 3 councilors on the board on the current proposal, and the reasoning for it. And I kind of that's another question I have. So number one, how was this decided? This structure decided, and then in terms of the 3 councilors, I'm assuming that this Oversight Committee reports, or what they do, will have oversight from the Finance Committee, and we already have 3 councilors on that committee. So I'm just kind of understanding how this works and how maybe we could get more representation from the boards or commissions that oversee Center 50 Plus and our parks and the library. Any comments?
Yeah, really appreciate the question. I would say that's not decided. I mean, that's what this process is for. So this is just a staff proposal, a staff recommendation. You could certainly go a completely different direction if that was what you wanted to do. We did discuss potentially, having representation from each individual boards, but we just left it for a representative from each of the functional areas. If you want to take that a different direction, that's within your purview. As far as the appointments, I would defer to the city attorney on how that might be structured differently.
Dan Atchison, city attorney. So the city charter provides that the mayor of the city makes appointments to committees. So it's council doesn't have discretion in this instance to take that authority from the mayor. You can obviously provide input, but it's per the charter, it's the mayor's power to make appointments to committees.
I couldn't see you there, Shane. Go right ahead, Councilor Matthews.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, and I don't think I'd put two and two together here. So will the Finance Committee have overall oversight of this actual committee, or will it be independent of that entirely?
Completely independent advisory to the City Council.
Councilor Nishioka?
Thank you. So I understand by charter, the mayor would do the selecting of the councilors. I'm just curious if other steering committees tend to have, I guess I'm just wondering if we might see more of a separation from finance, that those are on finance. It might not be the same three that are on finance to be in this. I think a lot of other steering committees are a different group. So I'm just wondering if that's something that's in the charter or if it's just that it's at the mayor's discretion.
Dan Atchison, city attorney. So the charter provides that the mayor makes appointments to committees. That's all that's in the charter.
Thank you.
I am curious if councilors were named somewhere for this already, or I don't think that has happened. Okay. I heard something about the comment from West Salem, how these people were chosen or something like that. I just wondered what that, just some clarification.
The individual said that he didn't understand why there were counselors on here when we already have the other oversight. And so that question was just answered, that it's separate, whatever. And so that helps. Okay? I did have.
Councilor Varney, follow-up?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up. I appreciate the discussion because now I have a better understanding. So the current makeup that's proposed, where one representative from Parks and Rec, one from the library, one Center 50 Plus, and the community member at large, how do individuals that are interested in those positions, do they fill out applications, just like our regular application thing? Are they recommended by the different boards of these? What does that look like?
There isn't a process in our rules for committee appointments. For boards and commissions, there is a process in the council rules that requires the city manager to advertise the vacancies and seek applications. So the city manager has some discretion in how we recruit members for the committee.
And I am completely open to input and suggestions for folks you may want to recommend for that committee. Anyone else? Yeah, Councilor Gwynn.
I was just going to say that I think there's actually 3 people on Finance Committee and then 1 alternate, so a total of 4. And I, for one, would be in, it seems to me, too, that this committee should be separate from Finance. So that leaves you 5, in my opinion.
Thank you. Councilor Matthews.
So and this came up in my mind because Councilor Gwynn just mentioned the 3 councilors and an alternate. Would this also have an alternate when it came to councilors, this board, or would it just be the 3 councilors solo? Like, I guess my question is, do we need to define in here whether there's an alternate or not?
So currently, it's not structured with an alternate. So with a 7-member committee, you're less likely to need an alternate than a 4-member committee. For Finance Committee, sometimes it's difficult to get a quorum, so you want to make sure you're able to have someone to fill in if someone's absent.
Josh, I'm hearing the need for, or a desire for separation from some between finance and this group. Do you have any feelings about that? Does it seem natural that someone on the Finance Committee would be present in the space, or not necessary?
I don't think it's necessary. I feel like there could be members that serve on both, but I don't think there's any requirement. It would certainly give 3 other councilors an opportunity to see more of that process.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Varney.
Thank you. I know, lots of questions. So on this committee, is there a particular timeline for the appointments and when the first meeting will be?
Just like most other committees, once they're appointed, we'll schedule the first meeting. We'll check on availability and schedule that first quarterly meeting. There won't be a lot to do right away. Probably what will likely happen is reviewing the adopted budget after it's adopted this evening. Walking through that and then kind of walking through kind of the milestone points and make sure we're meeting enough to satisfy that responsibility that's listed in the structure.
Go ahead.
Okay, then I just wanted to ask that what do I want to say? The Salem Public Library Advisory Board, the Center 50 Plus Advisory Commission, and the Salem Parks and Rec Advisory Board have an opportunity to maybe make a recommendation or something for representatives from them, either as members of them or members of the community or something, just so they're aware of it. Just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. And to that, I would say that the community member at large would also, I mean, it would need to be posted, I think, and maybe something similar to the applications for other boards and commissions so that we could know, who's interested, and then you get to select from there.
That sounds good to me. Yeah. Well, fortunately, we have a little bit of time. Yes, I can't see you. Councilor Nordijk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're going to have to figure out how to see each other. I miss not being able to see my colleagues' very memorable facial reactions. And mine, as I've been told, are also quite memorable. Maybe we can get them on the little screens here. I miss not being able to at least see how my peers are responding in real time to what's unfolding before us. And we have so many important things that come before us. I don't want us to lose even more ability to communicate, considering it seems we can barely talk to each other at all, right? I appreciate the discussion. It's always important to know who gets appointed to these committees. I will say, I'm not expecting a committee of this nature to have a lot of leeway. The bond measure locked us in. We told people what we can legally do with this money. They cannot, I don't care who you put on the committee, they cannot undo what we have legally promised we would do on that ballot measure. So, sure, overlook the forecast and the financial reports, review the audit results. I would expect them to do all of that. And their other responsibility is to propose a budget, but the budget has already been essentially proposed to them. You're going to hire this many people, you're going to have this many FTE in the library, this many FTE in the parks, and so on. So am I wrong here? Am I missing something here? Because this doesn't seem like a committee where there's going to be an opportunity to change how these services are funded.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. No, there's not a lot of leeway in the ballot language. It's pretty restrictive. Again, it's additional layer of oversight and accountability over the bond funds, or the levy funds, I apologize. And again, one of the reasons we're recommending quarterly meetings is, we don't see a lot of month-to-month type of business. It's more when there's a large milestone to review that they would need to get together.
Anything further? No? Okay, seeing nothing, will the recorder please call the roll? Oh, thank you. Please make the motion, Councilor Nishioka.
I move to approve the proposed structure and formation of the Livability Levy Oversight Committee.
Second?
Second by Gwen. Anything further? Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Councilor Vang?
Aye.
Councilor Nordike?
Aye.
Councilor Varney?
Aye.
Councilor Tigan?
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councilor Matthews?
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy.
Aye. Okay, moving on to item 5B on downtown public safety. Yes, City Manager Krishna Namburi, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll just go ahead and take a lead on this. And at the June 9th council meeting, I committed to bring forward staff report on public safety. And the staff report in front of you basically summarizes how we are currently addressing safety concerns and what our near, mid, and long-term options are. And the near-time options listed in the report are operational issues, and no action is needed from the council. But the report also presents mid and long-term options that we have in front of us. But both these options require council policy direction and also budget considerations. So given the complexity of the issue and I think it's important that we align our resources with your priorities, the council priorities. So what I recommend, scheduling a council work session that focuses on public safety. And so the work session will also give us the opportunity to bring together perspectives of each of you, the council members, staff, and most importantly, the community in a structured way so that we can develop a plan that is actionable and most importantly, fiscally realistic. So that's kind of my recommendation, is to move forward with the work session. And again, this is an information-only report to you so that you can see some preliminary work on it.
Thank you. I'd just like to add that, a staff report, I made a motion because I felt a motion was needed to see change and progress. When the staff report comes forward, it's truly preliminary. It doesn't contain everything. It's not all of our thoughts compiled together. It's simply a starting point. So I personally look forward to having a work session on this and further discussion. Councilor Gwynn.
So my question is, I think that typically we don't have public comment at a work session. So if we're going to include public input, would we then allow public comment?
So what I'm hoping for, what you see in the information report with the mid and long-term options, right? So this is kind of from a staff perspective, very quick. Like I know we heard from one of the testimony, it's like 2 weeks, and we put something together very quickly. But also, over the past few years, and I know each of you also have some ideas and some suggestions about how we could be moving forward with. So what I'm hoping is in that work session, each of you are, well, collectively you get to discuss what those different options are and what your thoughts are around how to move forward. And and the next steps will be to take public input from that. So I don't think we'll be able to resolve everything in one work session, but that's going to be the beginning.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Nordike.
I'm supportive of moving it to a work session. And to Councilor Gwynn's point, I believe written testimony is still available at work sessions. So we will be able to get as much public input as we want in written testimony from perhaps mental health advocates, homelessness advocates, as mentioned in public testimony earlier today. I would love to see, and frankly, I'm thrilled to see that this is included as an option. I have always said how much we needed an alternative to having police respond to persons in crisis who are struggling with homelessness and substance abuse and mental health, because these issues are not, being homeless isn't a crime, being addicted isn't a crime, and having a mental health issue is not a crime. We all know that. And so I'm thrilled to see that there's a pilot project proposed on here, and I would love to see that for future consideration. That has long been something I feel that we need, and I could speak at length about that, but in the interest of time this evening, I will hold my tongue because it is my hope that we will proceed with the work session. But what I see are a lot of persons who would benefit from having this model of medical and mental health professionals responding to these needs, because that is what this segment of the population needs. We've always needed the right tool for the right job, and I would welcome the opportunity to finally bring this issue forward to council in a way where I feel we could move it forward. So thank you.
Yes, Mike, go ahead. Councilor Vang.
Thank you, Mayor. And City Manager, I appreciate the staff working really hard to bring this informational report to the council. In review of the report, it does raise a couple of questions that I would like answered. And so my question is, will I have an opportunity to ask those questions now, at the work session, or at a later public hearing?
All three, no. No, you can, you're more than happy to, I mean, I think what I recommend is probably to send kind of an email, and then you will have an opportunity to, and that gives us an opportunity to respond in detail, and then also a work session, you can definitely kind of talk about it again.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilor Tigan.
Yeah, thank you, and apologize for having to step out for a moment. Nothing more emergent than a family transportation matter. So I do want to say I really appreciate the idea of being able to have further conversation about this in a work session. I think these work sessions, even though we hold them on our calendar, I think most months we don't always use them, but I think as we gain an understanding as a council about the change in the public meeting laws and how those are being interpreted by OGEC, the work sessions are going to become even more important for us to be able to have frank conversations with one another in order to suss out one another's understanding of the issues that we face. So I feel like the work sessions we've had up to this point as a young council that we are starting in January have been really productive, and I hope we can continue to have really good questions, really good engagement from the staff, and also feel like it's okay to come to the work sessions with questions and get those answered. I think we face increased scrutiny under the public meeting law about trying to get our answers to questions outside of the view of the public, and so we should really use these times as well as we can. So thank you for the suggestion.
I just want to say first, thank you for acknowledging that and saying it out loud. Yeah.
So I should have said this, but we do have a work session scheduled for July 21st without a topic. So what we are hoping is to kind of use that for this work session. So that's on July 21st. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Vang.
Thank you. I just wanted to make one comment. Councilor Tigan, I appreciate your use of the word sus in a city council meeting. I think it's a very Gen Z term, and so I appreciate some young language.
Yeah, I don't know that if I'm sus of something or if I'm trying to suss things out, but I appreciate it. Just trying to keep relevant with the kids. You don't want to see my text strings.
All right, if there's nothing further, Councilor Nishioka to the motion? There's no motion. Oh, there's no motion. I apologize. What time is it?
It's
Oh,
just
it's
that
after
we're gonna-
9.
We've all agreed, so.
Okay, great. If the recorder will please call the roll. There's no roll. There's no motion. Okay, moving on to item 5C.
Yes, so are we going to have any information about this, or do I just make the motion and then we go forward with questions to staff if that becomes necessary? And this is 5.C.
Yes.
We don't have a staff presentation tonight. We can be happy to answer questions.
All right, so then I should just move forward with the main motion?
Yes, please.
So, the main motion, I move to adopt resolution number 2025-17, which modifies the city's master fee schedule to temporarily expand eligibility for the part-time employee parkade permit discount to employees earning $25 per hour or less within the downtown parking district. This expanded discount will allow only to the Marion and Chemeketa parkades and will be in effect for 6 months as a pilot project starting July 1, 2025.
Second. We have a motion and a second by Gwen. Any to your motion?
Yes. I have some concerns, as some businesses downtown do, in the sense of the feeling that this is the parking meters being rolled out and concerns with how it's going to affect their businesses. And I have been looking at what other options there might be. I have a slight amendment to this and to this motion, but I will talk about my points first. That the impact of the new metered on-street parking on downtown businesses and employees feels concerning to some. That I want to see usage and fairness of parkade permits, including adoption by full-time versus part-time employees. Analysis of alternative pricing strategies based on income and job type. Evaluation of the parkade safety concerns and the feasibility and cost of increased evening or nighttime security. Something that people have asked for is increased security, which unfortunately right now the parking budget doesn't pay for, so that is coming out of the general fund, and it runs us about $400,000 a year. And so what I'm asking is that the city would come back 6 months from now in January to give us a recount of how things are going and let us know if there's any changes that might be made. I'd like to hear from the businesses and those that are using the parkades, how things are working for them. So the only thing that I'm adding, if I amend the motion, is to, I further move that the city staff return to the council by January 2026 with a comprehensive report that includes those things I listed.
I'll second the amended motion.
Thank you.
Any discussion on that?
I share Councilor Nishioka's concern about the rollout and the impact both on employees who work downtown and, as we've heard from folks tonight, on businesses in downtown. However, I do have amendments of my own to the motion that Councilor Nishioka made. And so I'm going to ask for some help from the parliamentarian about how to make sure that we get all of the amendments in there.
For ease of our brain cells, I would recommend that you wait till we vote on this motion to amend, and then you can make your motion. We can take that up.
Okay, perfect. So the motion to amend that I've seconded is the including of a report by January 2026 to Councilor Nishioka's questions about implementation of the parking.
That is correct. It's the main motion plus adding it that we get a report back in 2026 with those. So.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Did you have anything to add to your motion?
No, not unless anyone has any questions.
Okay, Councilor Matthews, go ahead.
I don't know if now is the right time or after the amended motion is voted on the amendment, but I guess I just need a little bit of clarity in what is our current cost for this, and then what is the proposal on how we manage who makes under $25. Like, how do we know that as a city? What's our cost and what's our part of that in actually managing this process?
Director Rutherford is on her way.
This feels so far away, or I feel so short, I don't know. So I just want to restate your question. So the cost, is your cost question related to what employees are currently paying for permits?
That's the first cost question,
Okay.
yes.
So the answer to that question is we are receiving approximately $300,000 from employee permit revenue in our parking garages. Now, the second part of this is right now there are a lot of employees that are illegally parking on street. And we don't know exactly how many employees that is, and when they move to the parking garages, what that additional permit revenue would be.
Sorry, I should have clarified. I'm looking for, so yeah, how much per person? So right now, I think it's being proposed to come down to $25. So what is the per person cost right now?
So the current rates vary depending on the parking garage and whether or not you are in covered parking or uncovered parking. But the range is going to be for full price cost between about $40 a month and about $85 a month, depending on location.
Might you explain how you would know if somebody's income is $25 an hour or
Sure.
less?
So what if we move forward this, what we would ask is just a simple letter from the employer that when somebody comes in to get their permit, they just provide the letter from their employer attesting that that's what their income level is. We don't want to get into pay stubs and verification or anything like that.
Councilor Brown?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So Director, just make sure that I'm connecting all the dots. You just said that we typically take in roughly $300K a year.
For employee parking.
For employee parking. But there's also those that are parking illegally.
There are employees that do park on the street.
And we have no thought as to how many employees that is.
We don't.
So there is loss of revenue there.
Yeah,
Would you
there
say
is.
that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so make sure, again, I'm connecting the dots. So we're hearing concern from business owners that the prices are going to be too high? Is that the concern?
Correct, yes.
Got it. But has a business owner come to you or anyone to say, hey, I also have some employees that are parking illegally? Have anyone said that?
No, I've not heard that.
Okay, perfect. I yield the floor back to you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councilor Tigan?
Yeah, I would say I've talked to plenty of business owners who know that their employees do the 3-hour dance. And so just to answer your question from your fellow council perspective, that's certainly a known thing that happens. I guess my question to staff, I'm looking at the downtown parking fund for the budget that we're adopting tonight. And I just note that in the manager's recommended budget for fiscal year 2026, even though I think we're anticipating selling more permits, right? If the people who do the dance, both the employees and residents downtown, we expect to sell more permits, but all three of the parking garages show a decrease in revenue year over year in the manager's budget. So I'm just sort of curious how you went about sort of projecting next year's, the fiscal year 2026 revenue to the parking garages, and what role thinking that people are going to be buying permits played into that.
To answer that question, I'm going to ask my finance manager to come and get into those details.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah, and I apologize. I didn't really give anyone from staff a heads up on these questions, but when in the downtown parking fund, I'll just give some of the numbers. For Chemeketa, now these aren't broken up by, we don't, in the fund, don't break them out by employee or non-employee, it's just by the parking structure for people following along at home. But we budgeted in 2025 that we would get $168,000 in parking rent, and in this coming year we projected we'd get $168 to $165,000, so a $3,000 decrease year over year in the Chemeketa garage. And in the Liberty garage it goes from $311,000 down to $263,000, which my question is, if we think we're going to sell more permits to employees and to downtown business or to downtown residents, it just doesn't add up that our projection for this year shows that it's decreasing. I just wondered what the explanation is for the projection.
Okay, I think one thing that would be more accurate to look at would be the actuals history, or actuals going up.
Right.
Because if we budgeted less than we budgeted before, it may have been we budgeted too high in a previous year. So that doesn't necessarily mean that our revenue went down. It just means that we budgeted maybe too high in a particular year. So it's more accurate to look at the history of the actuals to know, are we generating more revenue or is revenue actually going down? But if you look at the Liberty garage, that has very high demand.
Yeah.
And then we have approximately a $1 increase in the permit rate for part-time permits, and then a $2 increase for full-time permits.
Okay, I really appreciate that response, because I was looking at the budgeted number and not the actual number, and the actual number is lower, though it's growing in each one of the parking accounts. But still, I think that the budget feels low because the actual in fiscal year 2024 for the Liberty was $287,000, and we're budgeting $263,000, so reflecting no growth or a lack of growth. So I'm going to ask that we actually lower the amount for employees, and I'm asking this line of question to help establish to the council that we are projecting less growth than you might assume, and almost no growth at all in some of these, when logic would dictate if we're going to make it mandatory that people buy permits, the number should go up. That's all. Thank you for playing the foil, and I'm sorry I didn't give you a heads up that I would do that.
And we're also trying to be very conservative too, and I'm very conservative, I can tell you that.
Yes, and I'm well trained from my years in the budget committee. I expected the small c conservative word, and thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for answering on the fly there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councilor Matthews.
So I guess I'm also, and I'm just looking at this again from a process standpoint. So it's my understanding that these parkades are free to customers. Is that right?
That's correct.
So how are we going to manage ultimately the difference between a customer and an employee, and why, I guess, why wouldn't an employee just park there already because everyone else is parking there for free?
Sure. That goes back to enforcement practices. And what our enforcement teams do is patrol the customer areas, repeatedly throughout the day, starting pretty early in the morning. And they identify who parks consistently and regularly within those areas. And then that helps them identify who would be an employee versus who would be a customer. If the same vehicle is showing up at 8 o'clock in the morning and is there until, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, day after day after day, then that leads to the conclusion that this is an employee and not a customer.
Councilor Matthews?
So kind of with that, is there a standard that we're looking for as far as, how we validate whether someone's a customer or an employee? And like, I guess my question is if you have a consumer that's there for 8 hours, at what point in time are we saying, okay, this person actually owes us for being here?
It wouldn't be a one-time 8 hour. They'd be looking at repeated behavior.
Gotcha.
Yes, Councilor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So Director, again, connecting the dots. So if there is an employee who is doing the dance, and let's say that they are now in the garage, and let's say they've been cited twice, at what point do you or your team make the decision to say, hey, we've cited this person twice now, like what's the ramifications if they continue to do that? If they continue to park and you keep on citing, like what eventually happens to them, of the vehicle?
So there would just be continued citations. If they don't pay those penalties, then at some point that leads to booting the vehicle.
And so I'm going to ask another question, okay, Madam Mayor? And this could require some work, I'm not sure. Would it be helpful for us as a council to know how many citations we've written? Like, do we know that number?
I could not give that to you offhand, but we could certainly look into it.
But I don't want to assume that's a lot of work. I'm curious because, again, with Councilor Tigan, I've had conversation with business owners downtown, and there are some that actually have been cited multiple times, but yet they haven't paid anything. And so I see that as a loss of revenue, so it would be helpful for us to know exactly how many we are writing, whether it's monthly or quarterly, and then to figure out how do we follow up with those individuals if they are still choosing, not to pay.
So if they still choose not to pay, they would continue to be cited every time that vehicle is identified as parking illegally. So there are a couple of different processes. They can just pay the penalty, or they can go to municipal court and try to get the amount lowered or get it, forgiven because they have maybe some excuse or justification, or they think that it's not a valid ticket, right? So as long as people continue to pay their penalty, there's not an additional step or level of, some sort of punitive behavior that happens if they're paying their penalties, right? If they don't pay, then it kind of escalates from that point.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Gwynn.
I'm just curious, is there anywhere downtown that an employee can park for free?
No, there's not. No, all on-street parking, yes, they are parking for free, but that's not legal.
Follow up, please. So the idea, what we're trying to accomplish is we want paid parking downtown for businesses so that people coming in can have access to those businesses, to those coffee shops and dress shops or whatever. So we want paid parking there. We want free parking in the parkade unless you're an employee.
Free parking for customers, correct. So right now, our 3-hour parking downtown is for customers and paid for by the business tax. Then we have an issue with a lot of that parking being absorbed by employees and residents too, not just employees, which doesn't leave nearly as many spaces for actual customers as they should have access to, and it makes it harder for customers to find places to park. So, our parking surveys for well over a decade show that the demand for parking warrants moving to a paid system. So with this paid system, employees could continue to park on street if they want to pay. Let's say they're only going to be there for a couple of hours. That's convenient. That's what works out best for them. They could get a permit. We've got a variety of different kinds of permits for parking within the parking garages.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to remember what I was going to ask. It's getting late. Come back to me. Sure. Because I think.
Does anyone else have any questions? Councilor Nordyke, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Kristen. I appreciate the efforts by Councilor Nishioka, and I suspect Councilor Teigen, to address some of the concerns that we're hearing from our downtown business community. So thank you for leading with that, and I'll look forward to seeing what Councilor Teigen proposes. I'm certainly in favor of finding ways to help our minimum wage employees and other employees who are making just a bit above minimum wage can actually work downtown. I used to be a minimum wage worker in downtown Salem. And I wanted to relay some of the concerns that I've been hearing. For some councilors, you may have heard of this, for some you may not have, and people watching at home may not have heard of any of these concerns. It's very difficult to be a low-income worker anywhere in this economy, anywhere in this economy. And it can be really challenging when you are expected to provide your own transportation at your own expense. And it's difficult to find parking, and always has been, when you're an employee downtown. And many of these lower income employees are part-time employees, which means that their hard-earned paycheck may be completely eaten up by a parking permit. So I am all in favor of finding ways to make it as affordable as possible for our low-income employees who are essential to keeping downtown running. Try running a restaurant without these employees, or a coffee shop. These are the folks who are pulling espresso, who are washing the dishes, who are the hostess that greets you when you walk in. These are the folks who help all of these businesses thrive. And I'm deeply concerned about how the switch to paid parking may impact them. I don't agree with or condone, using 3-hour spots. If you're an employee, you shouldn't be using it. And have I ever used that kind of parking when I was an employee working after high school? No one knows. I don't know. There's no investigation on that. I was a high school student. I did what I did. But the other, and so that's just one of the concerns I wanted to share. The other one that I've heard from businesses, a lot of our businesses downtown, they're so busy working 60+ hours a week that they're not coming to the council meetings or hearings that we held over the last year where we considered this paid parking transition. They're busy doing the work. They don't have someone to delegate the work to. They're busy doing the work, and they don't have the time to come to our meetings. So even though we've satisfied all of our notification requirements, we've done the minimum needed to inform people that paid parking is coming. We haven't done a great job of letting downtown businesses know that this is coming. There are some who know about it because they may have served on the Downtown Advisory Board, or because they are in a position where they can afford and have the luxury of coming to meetings like this. But for many businesses, this is their livelihood, it's their passion, and they haven't had the time to invest in coming to these meetings. I also want to point out that when you look at the makeup of the advisory board that is supposed to represent the interests of downtown, if you look at how the positions are structured, it is structured in such a way that your barista may never have a seat at the table. For example, when you look at the positions and they are prescribed, you have to fit this criteria to be in this position. There are several positions where the qualifying criteria are, quote, representing a business owner or property owner. There's a big difference between a business owner and a property owner. That property owner may not be working. I highly doubt the property owner is the one who is concerned with the cost of parking permits, with the cost of how paid parking may impact their ability to pay their bills and pay their rent. But if you look at how the advisory board is structured, there are several positions where property owners could dominate that board. And so I am concerned that just how this is structured can lend itself to a situation where your smaller mom and pop businesses are not really being seen or heard on this. So I don't have a good solution, but I do feel that these concerns are worth elevating. I think that it's a great idea to check in 6 months. 6 months may be too late, right? And so I would support 6 months, but I would also support check-ins on a much more regular basis in addition to that. Because yes, I do worry about businesses downtown. This is a very tough economy, very tough economy. Labor costs, food costs, all kinds of things that are outside of this city council's control and our business owners' control. So those are the concerns I have for the time being. Thank you for listening.
Councilor Vang.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just had a couple clarifying questions in regards to the parking permit. So the employee discount only applies to employees who work downtown. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So
Yeah.
it doesn't take into consideration residents who live downtown but may be working part-time outside of the downtown core, is that right?
No, it doesn't apply to residents, it's just for employees.
Thank you for the answers. And then to Councilor Nishioka, can you remind me what your amendments are?
Yes, thank you for asking. So I was just trying to find a way to make sure that we get a report to see how it's going, because again, all of the concerns that we've heard about the implementation. At the same time, I recognize that 2 months may not be enough for staff to really get a handle on how things are going. What I would encourage, and I believe the plan would be, is to be checking in with the businesses, with the permit holders, to determine if it's working for them. And again, things always take time. So initially I was thinking October, but that might be a little too fast. So I extended it to the 6 months. But I will read them again. So in it, I said, I further move that the city staff return to the council by January 2026 with a comprehensive report that includes the impact of the new metered on-street parking system on downtown businesses, employees, and visitors. Usage and fairness of parkade permits, including adoption of full-time versus part-time employees. Analysis of alternative pricing strategies based on income, job type, or shift changes, or shift schedules. So, and then community feedback for their user experience. And then I have in here review the time-based pricing structure for the smaller increments. I learned that the meters, I was thinking that the meters only permitted you to select 1 hour, and you would pay for that. But I have since learned that the parking meters will actually have the option of dropping in a quarter. You have to put in coin, and you can get 10 minutes. So you could get out of your car, drop in a quarter, go in, pick up your coffee, or pick up whatever thing you might be, and then leave. And you wouldn't do the credit card, you wouldn't do the $1.50. It would give you the opportunity for just a short visit. And again, I was trying to see if there was any way that we might be able to give a free 15-minute time period or a 30-minute time period. And with the system, that is not something that can happen. But gratefully learned that the quarter, or okay, if you want to drop in 50 cents, you got 20 minutes to do your errand. So there is opportunities for a shorter time period. And so I'm kind of wanting to see how that is working out. So those were my points.
Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Matthews.
So do we have an actual projection on the reduction down to $25, what we think that'll actually amount to in a budget reduction or profit reduction?
We don't, because we don't know how many are currently parking on the street. And it wouldn't really be I don't know that it would be a substantial budget hit and reduction, because we know what our projected revenue is and what our last actuals were for permit holders. So with this motion, we are looking at a reduction for employees that would be earning $25 or less per hour, which may include some of those that are already paying for permits. But it will also include a substantial number of people that aren't paying for permits that will be paying something versus nothing. So it may ultimately kind of balance out or be pretty close, but we just don't have all the information we need.
Got it.
Go ahead.
And then this is only because I don't know the last time I carried quarters, but there is an app that actually does this, correct? Like there will be an app that can add time and do that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah, there will be an app. And if I could speak just real quickly to the 6-month issue that was being discussed. Back in November, we did a very broad, mailing out to downtown businesses, residents, every property owner downtown about a survey. And that survey was live in December, and we had close to 900 responses to that survey. And I would contemplate doing something very similar, once we hit about the 5-month mark, asking a lot of these questions so that we could get kind of more quantifiable information. I think otherwise it would be really difficult for staff to kind of go from business to business, talk to the right people, get feedback from the right people. And what we would get would be, I think, much more anecdotal or subjective. So 6 months gives us enough time to be able to have something measurable that could be reported back.
Thank you. Councilor Brown.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So Director, just to follow Councilor Matthews, the business community, I like the soft layout, because I think you shared that with us before, that was the goal. For the business community, will they have to wait until they get that email or flyer to give input, or are they going to go, like, how will we know if I'm a business owner have concerns? Like, where do I go to? Do I go to the chamber? But if I'm not a member of the chamber, who do I run to if I have some concerns?
That is one of the challenges downtown, is we do not have, we've got Main Street, but we don't have a traditional business association downtown, which does make it harder to have that sort of grouped feedback. We always can take, emails to city council or emails to staff if there's feedback. We do have folks that work just directly in the downtown, not just parking enforcement, but urban development staff that work with businesses downtown. We're always seeking feedback and input. And we also have the Downtown Advisory Board, where folks can come. We have opportunities for public input during those meetings. So folks could always show up at one of those meetings or email or contact a Downtown Advisory Board member.
Yes, City Manager Nambury.
So I just wanted to kind of add on to what Director Rutherford said. I think there's kind of a lot of stuff going on here. So I just want to kind of assure that this is not to adversely or negatively impact businesses, right? So whatever the city is trying to implement, whether it is a city-paid parking or other issue, it has to work for the community. So that's important. We also heard from, as we were talking to, I think we were at the business meeting last Thursday, We also heard from several businesses that there is a disconnect between the city government and businesses. And I don't think this is a reflection on any one department or individuals. It's just like we don't have a way to connect with them and engage with them. So, and I agree with Director Rutherford, so we will be coming back with a comprehensive or a full report of how this is going, I think in 6 months. But we as a staff will sit and figure out if there are we do have to kind of check more frequently than 6 months, and we kind of understand that. We just can't do, and I also get that 6 months sometimes might be too late if this is negatively impacting businesses. So we're not taking that lightly. So we just have to figure out as staff how we can bring some information back to you. Not necessarily a comprehensive information, Councilor Nishioka, like the way you requested. So there's more to come on this, but there's definitely some effort on our side to see how to connect with the businesses and how to improve that communication and get more information back from the community to us, or businesses to us. Thank you.
I'd like to add to what the city manager was saying about the meeting with businesses. We hear from businesses that are very excited about paid parking coming downtown. They see it as a benefit to downtown. So there's more than one side, more than one experience, and different ways that businesses are seeing this.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. I also just want to have it recognized that the challenge the city has is, though they may have a list of a good amount of the businesses, there isn't truly a mechanism. There's no registry. There's no way that we can say, here's the email list and get out the information about this is happening downtown or communicate with them. And so it is a struggle. Again, I know that they go around and when I say they, your staff, but at the same time, there isn't really a listserv where they can communicate. And I'm not even sure if most businesses know who they might reach out to city staff-wise. And so this is, I think, part of what City Manager Namburi was trying to point out is that there is a disconnect, and I'm not sure how we can make that change. So I'm hoping that some of all of this will allow us the opportunity to improve mechanisms to get communications to and from city to businesses, businesses to someone in the city.
Councilor Matthews.
Just to that point, so obviously the Secretary of State already has a registry that every business actually gives their address to, and so there is sort of a mechanism out there. It seems like that we should be able to have some conversation with the state about seeing who is on this downtown business and is there contact information from the Secretary of State's registry that they already have. Is that not an option for us?
So what we do have is the list of businesses for parking tax invoices, right? So we do kind of a manual process where, every couple of years we do a walk around inventory to identify what businesses are there, what's changed. That gets updated into the parking tax system. That doesn't give us necessarily email addresses. We do have an email list that has several hundred email addresses. That doesn't mean they're getting opened, that they're getting read, that the right person in the business is accessing it. And when we do the mailers to the businesses, that all, we send out postcards to all the businesses and residences that are downtown. That doesn't mean that the right people are actually receiving them and it doesn't end up in recycling. So we can do the outward communications. That doesn't guarantee it's going to be effective, but Councilor Nishioka's point, having a better path for the communication to come to us directly, I think is the other part of that would be really helpful.
Mr. City Attorney.
I just wanted to add regarding the Secretary of State's Corporation Division listings, basically that's every legal entity in the state. It doesn't necessarily, it'll list, where they're incorporated at, but that doesn't mean where the business is located. Doesn't always include the name of the owner. It might be a registered agent instead. Doesn't have contact information beyond a physical address that you could mail something to. So it's pretty limited in how it would help us communicate.
Councilor Brown?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Director, I know we're dealing with parking and spots and everything else, so my question, with this rollout, it's still set for July the 10th, if I'm not mistaken?
That's correct.
July the 10th. So, and this is going to be a touchy subject, right? The question I have is in regards to businesses that have the parking spots in front of their businesses, where they have the little outside seating. Will that disappear also next month? To
No,
give people
that-
more spots?
Yeah, no, that is not, right now, we don't have any plans to eliminate that program. That was a council-approved program when it was created, so I think it would take an active council to eliminate that. So that's not something that we are proposing. We get a lot of really positive feedback from businesses and from, customers downtown about the dining platform program. So what we will do is, once we're a year into paid parking, we want to reevaluate the program. There are some things that need to be updated and changed about the program.
And have you got any feedback from some business owners? Obviously, it's another place to where you can entertain folks that are, ADA accessibility, I'm for all of that. Is there consideration will be put into allowing other businesses to do it rather than some? Say, for instance, like if I was a business owner and I got 4 spots out front, and let's say I've had them since COVID, will the opportunity come for another business owner to have that as well?
Yeah, the program that was approved by council has a cap on the total number of spaces that could be used for dining platforms. We're still under that cap. I couldn't tell you exactly how many spaces right now. I'd have to go back and check, but there is still capacity within that program should another business come forward and want a platform.
Because that was going to be my next question, like how many can you actually have? For example, this past weekend, I think it was Music Day, where there's a lot of events happening, and there were several business owners that had 5 to 6. And so that, to me, I'm thinking like, was it just a weekend deal, or is that really, they have that many spots?
They should only have 4 spaces.
Yeah, not this past weekend. I even took some pictures of it. Just so I can have it for down the road.
We'll have to speak later.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. I would suggest that maybe we hop back to the amendment and make sure that we know where we're at with that and speak directly to the amendment itself and then be able to take a vote after discussion.
Okay. Do you want to take, I was going to move that we extend our time to 10:30.
Second.
Motion and a second by Gwynn to extend till 10:30. Favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any opposed? Going once? No opposed. Councilor Vang, that was your chance.
Okay, so back to your question. You want me to read the motion again? Is that? Yes. All right.
That's a yes.
So it consists of the main motion and my amendment. I move to adopt resolution number 2025-17, which modifies the city's master fee schedule to temporarily expand eligibility for the part-time employee parkade permit discount to all employees earning $25 per hour or less within the downtown parking district. This expanded discount will apply only to Marion and Chemeketa parkades and will be in effect for 6 months, 6-month pilot period starting July 1st, 2025. To qualify employees must provide a letter from their employer verifying their wage eligibility. This temporary measure aims to support downtown workers affecting the transition of the new paid on-street parking. I further move that the city staff return to the council by January 26 with a comprehensive report that includes the impact of the metered parking on street parking system on downtown businesses, employees, and visitors, usage and fairness of parkade permits, including adoption of full-time versus part-time employees, analysis of alternative pricing strategies based on income, job type, and shift, evaluation of parkade safety concerns and the feasibility and cost of increasing evening, nighttime security, community feedback on the user experience and effectiveness of the new pay station system, and review the time-based pricing structure for the smaller payment increments of 25 cents for 10 minutes. Long? I know.
Okay, and we already had, yes, Councilor Gwynn.
I just had one more question, and it's going to be a dumb question, I'm sure. It's probably two. Do we know approximately what the income will be for that 6-month period? Do we have any projection whatsoever? Question number one. Question number two, was there any thought given at all to allow employees to park for free in that 6-month trial period?
So the income question, are you talking about meter revenue or permit revenue? Okay, so again, we've got an estimate for what the annual permit revenue for employees would be, which, you know, is going to be, it's around 260 to 300,000. So 6 months, let's say 150,000 for that total revenue, but we don't know what the added revenue would be from those that are currently not compliant with our code requirements, right?
But we want people to park in the parkade.
We do, yes. Yeah, and then in terms of your question about allowing folks to park for free, that was not a consideration. This is something that a counselor brought to us, and we could explore free parking for the 6 months, but if we're looking at, you know, the lower cost parking garages, you know, let's say $40 a month, and we're looking at, you know, half off of that, we're talking $20 a month for parking downtown.
Councilor Nishioka?
Yes. Christian, will you explain what the parking revenue is going to do? That what the goals are for that, so that we have an understanding that here's the income coming in, this is what we're going to do with the money, and what we haven't been able to do for a very long time.
Yeah. So first, we've got a parking fund that's been tanking, really, you know, over the last several years. So we need to stabilize that fund and stabilize just operations and maintenance and cleaning, those services at our parking facilities. We have not been able to pay for security through the parking fund. That's had to be subsidized to a tune of $400,000 a year from the city's general fund. So our first priorities are to become independent from the general fund and to be able to pay for security and these other necessary services and maintenance from parking revenue, from permit and metered revenue. The survey that we sent out in December prioritized at the top additional security. So enhancing security downtown, and then enhancing cleaning downtown, and then a little bit further down the list of priorities, if there was adequate funding, would be funding things like promotional events, marketing events, providing grants for those sorts of activities, and then below that was additional, you know, beautification efforts.
Thank you. I think we just needed to be reminded of what the goal of the revenue would be.
Yeah, you know, before, back around, you know, 2016, 2017, before we started losing some of the major employers, we used to do things like flower baskets, the banners, and a lot of things that we just don't have the funding to do anymore.
Councilor Varney?
Thank you. Since I haven't said anything, I appreciate the motion. I think it's really important that we get a report on what is going, you know, how this is progressing, because there's so many different moving parts to it. it's my understanding still, the businesses are going to be paying the parking tax for the first 6 months, correct?
They'll be paying, the invoices for the parking tax will be going out in July, so they will be paying for this year, this fiscal year.
Okay.
Okay,
So there's still going to be a cushion built in during this transition period to help cover some of the costs to offset the reductions that the employees will be paying, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, so thank you for that. And thank you for mentioning the quarters in the meter, because I saw that too. Because I was concerned about people that wanted to just stop for 10 minutes or drop something off or whatever. And so I think that's a really good point to make sure people know about. Yeah, quarters. Who has quarters in their cars? I used to have lots of quarters when I shot a lot of pool, but you know, I'm not out doing that much anymore. Anyway, the other thing I wanted to say is a benefit to me to the paid parking is forcing more people to park in the parkades where it's free. And one of the things I've noticed, because I always park in the parkades, I notice more businesses because I'm walking around more, and I see so many more than I do if I'm driving by in a car. And I go, wow, I didn't know that was there. And then I purposely make an effort to go to that business because it just opened up my eyes. And so I see that as an advantage of encouraging more people to park in the parkades. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. You know, when I came into office, I was warned not to hang out in the weeds, and quarters are pretty small. It seems like a long way to go, but I too appreciate knowing that that's an option, just in case. And you can put a quarter on a card? Is that what I heard?
It costs you 50 cents, but yeah.
Just to clarify, Mayor, we will not take that small of a denomination on the cards. So to get the smaller amount, it has to be a coin.
I appreciate the clarity.
Councilor Brown's exactly right. The processing fee is greater than the amount that's being paid.
I understand that fully. If there's anything further, anyone? Okay, to the amended motion, or the amendment.
So just to clarify, we're voting on the amendment to the main motion. So after the vote on this proposed amendment, you'll go back to the main motion, and other councilors can make a motion for additional amendments.
Okay. If nothing further, will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Vang?
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke?
Aye.
Councilor Barney?
Aye.
Councilor Tigan?
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councilor Matthews?
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn?
Aye.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Aye. Councilor Tigan?
Yes, I would like to make an amendment to the motion on the floor. And in order to talk through my amendment, it might be helpful if people haven't already pull up the resolution that was emailed to us, because there's just a couple changes, and having it in front of you is going to make it easier to understand. And that may have been the longest amended motion to request a report in the history of the council, but I would like to make a motion making the following changes to the resolution. In section 1, after the words $25 an hour or less, I would like to insert the words tips excluded. In section number 1, where it says Chemeketa Parkade $39 a month, my motion would be to change that to read $20 a month. And in Marion Parkade, I would like it to read $15 a month. And in section 2, modify it so instead of ending on December 31st, 2025, it would end June 30th, 2026.
Second.
Councilor Tigan, could you read the last part of your motion, just the very last part?
Yes, in section 2, the end date of the modification, unless otherwise extended by the City Council, would be June 30th, 2026, so the end of our fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Councilor, to your motion.
Yeah, thank you. First, I want to recognize Councilor Nishioka's work to bring this to the motion as a whole to the council. I really appreciate it. We have, as we've discussed this change coming to downtown, also run into some of the limitations that we've discovered as a council because of the change in public meeting laws. It kept us from meeting with downtown business owners last week. Some of our conversations have had to be truncated. We've really done everything we can to do this the right way, and I really appreciate this. I'm working with this on the fly because I have not seen this since I walked in the room. So Linda, thank you for your work. I really, as family member of folks who work in the restaurant industry, really want to acknowledge that be able for them to go into the city and say they do make $25 an hour and not have their tips be part of that calculation. And so that's really the first motion there. The second is really about what is the cost of this. I still think the rent is too damn high. $40 a month and $31 a month is too much for these. Really all of this additional, we're trying to gather all the folks who are doing the dance and put them in the Chemeketa and Liberty Street parkades. The more people that are using them, the safer they get. The more people that are using them, the more money that's coming into the parking fund. And so I really think we should lower the barrier to entry as much as possible. And I do think that the fact that the business owners themselves are going to be paying into the parking fund over the next year really would help make up the difference. I think every permit that we would sell under this program is additive to how much money we get right now. And we're also going to be getting money from the business owners. And though we haven't discussed it, we could be also seeing money come into the parking from ODOT because of their occupation of half of the riverfront parking lot. So for all those reasons, I feel like lowering this to a cool $20, a cool $15 is a good idea. And so that's really to my motion. And also, if we're going to keep asking the business owners for a year's worth of funding, I think we should extend this program to the employees until the end of the fiscal year.
Councilor Tigan, thank you for that very thoughtful amendment to the amended motion. I couldn't agree more, so thank you for that. Councilor Matthews.
Can I ask, so what would happen after the end of our fiscal year? Then would it go to the amount that we currently have?
As the motion is written, as this resolution is written, it would revert if we took no other action, and the reverter is to the $80-some a month, $40-some a month. There's a part-time program. This would supplant that until we decided to make another motion, or just let it go back to what it was.
Councilor Matthews.
Is there, and maybe Kristen, this is more of a question for you, but I think the motion is actually great. I tend to agree that reducing that cost is reasonable, especially while we collect the kind of double dip with the businesses paying their own parking fee. I am still wondering, right now we kind of have a tiered system depending upon what spot you get. It sounds like uncovered versus covered. Our motion, our resolution doesn't seem to really address that. It just is sort of this carte blanche. Everybody that's making under 25 kind of gets this amount. Is there a tiered system we should be looking at, or is there plenty of uncovered parking? I mean, obviously, I would assume we want to maintain our more expensive spots for the people that are willing to pay the more expensive price. Is that?
Yeah, and I think this is based on the lower rate for each parking garage, which would be the rooftop.
Councilor Nishioka.
Thank you. I too want to thank Councilor Tigan. As he said, we have not had the opportunity to converse with one another with the very strict rules that we seem to be under. And it has led to just, I guess, frustration on how to figure this out. So I really appreciate you coming in. And I really appreciate staff working. I know that I've been emailing, trying to get more details about the parking and how they find who's where in the parking. So a lot of people have provided a great deal of their time. So I want to thank all of that, and I really respect your motion, and I will be voting in favor of it.
Councilor Vang.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Teigen, I appreciate your amendment to the motion. As someone who worked an hourly wage job at $15 an hour, I know that the cost of a parking permit was outside of my budget, and so I appreciate the acknowledgement of recognizing our hourly workers downtown, and am in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
If there's nothing further, can you read your amendment one more time?
The motion is to amend Section 1 of Resolution 2025-10, I believe, -17, excuse me, and that would, in Section 1, add the words tips excluded after the statement earning $25 an hour or less. It would decrease the cost in the Chemeketa parkade from $39 a month to $20 a month. It would decrease the amount in the Marion parkade from $31 a month to $15 a month, and it would extend the program from December 31st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
Councilor Matthews.
This is probably not a big deal, but to Councilor Teigen's confusion, and so I don't know if it has to be fixed now or later, it does seem like the entire resolution references 2025-10, but the title is 2025-17.
So Resolution 2025-10 is the current fee resolution. This resolution, 2025-17, amends that resolution.
Thank you for the clarification. Anyone else? All right. Will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Nordyke?
Aye.
Councilor Varney?
Aye.
Councilor Teigen?
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councilor Matthews?
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn?
Aye.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Councilor Vang?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Aye. Motion passes. Now, where are we on to? We're moving on. Oh, we have the poll. 5D.
We have the 3.2B that was pulled. So I will make the recommendation, the motion. I move to adopt Resolution 2025-16 to adopt the fiscal year 2026 City of Salem budget.
Anybody second?
Second.
I have a second by Teigen. Councilor, to your motion.
I will let Councilor Matthews speak to this motion since he is the one that has pulled it.
Thank you.
Who can even remember why I pulled it at this point? I pulled it mostly for the discussion reason, and because I do think that there's maybe something that we should just be cognizant of and maybe good stewards of. And so part of this motion, of this agenda item, sorry, it is late. I am trying to remember in all honesty why I did pull this fully. Oh yeah, so it carries forward to distribute essentially $124,000 to Community Action Agency for the Inclement Weather Program Grant. I don't think there's really a debate, I don't know, I shouldn't say that, but whether it's a good program, whether it's things that we should fund, whether it's good in that regard. But I do think that we do need to be cognizant of, we're giving grant funds to Community Action Agency in this motion, or in this, in this motion. But just earlier tonight in 3.2C, we had to allocate $289,000 out of our general fund to cover a cost because essentially Community Action Agency had some, I don't know, basically the way that they use the grant funds weren't recognized appropriately. And so we were kind of having to cover that cost. And at this moment, we're still trying to get that $289,000 back. And so I just want to be good stewards of the taxpayers' money here to say that before we draft another $124,000, although I do think that this should be approved for them to have those funds actually in place and ready to go, but I think that it should be contingent upon some sort of payment structure or some sort of plan or some sort of strategy where that $289,000 will come back to the city for the amount that we've had to cover for the taxpayers. Does that make sense?
I understand it in a general nature. Who would speak to that? Is that possible? Josh Eggleston or Mr. City Attorney?
I might call upon Gretchen to speak to the inclement weather program, and perhaps Kristen regarding status of the TEBRA funds. But so I understand what you're saying. My understanding from talking to Gretchen earlier today was that the amendment for the $124,000 hasn't been executed yet. So we still have an opportunity to discuss reallocating those funds to the new fiscal year. And in regard to the TEBRA grant that Community Action is responsible to pay, I would ask Kristen to come up, see if we know what the current status is on that.
This will be a very short answer. I don't have any updates right now. We haven't had any additional communication.
Councilor Matthews.
So, Kristen, just so I can, I guess, sorry, I was trying to catch you before you went. So I can make sure that I have clarity on where this is at. So we had to basically redistribute the $289,000 back to the federal government tonight, or at least by the end of the month. Otherwise, we get penalized, and we're trying to get them to pay us back for that $289,000.
Correct. Yes.
But we don't have any payment plan or anything like that set up at this point.
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else have questions? Councilor Brown?
Just for clarity, Madam Mayor, thank you. Councilor Matthews, could you restate or say again the why?
Well, the why of why I pulled it, I don't have a motion out there right now or anything, but the why of why I pulled it is not to stop the funds from being allocated or for us approving this actual budget item or this budget, but it's more to try to delay the distribution. So to put a contingency, and I kind of want to get the feel of the council at this point to see whether it's worth a motion to make a contingency on before the funds are actually distributed, to be able to have some sort of payment plan or some sort of strategy in place with Community Action Agency to recoup that $289,000.
Madam Mayor, may I? Yes. And for that plan, is that a plan that we need to design, or the actual entity needs to design that plan? Like who designs this plan or creates the plan?
Yeah, so this would be, I think, a mutually discussed plan with Community Action Agency. The planned repayment, they had a different plan for how they were going to approach this, which is not available now. So I think they have to look at other funding sources, and we need to have those conversations with them.
And do we need to have that before there's a motion?
I
can speak to that. So I think tonight you're just basically authorizing the funds. I would suggest that before we execute the amendment, to reallocate the funds for the inclement weather program, that we do have that discussion. The staff would have that discussion with Community Action about repayment and get at least some more certainty as far as what their plan is and what our options are before we execute the amendment and provide those funds.
Go ahead.
So do you need council action in order to, ensure that is kind of the piece that there's some sort of payment repayment plan is put in place? My biggest reason for this is just looking at this from a logical standpoint. We issued a grant. That grant wasn't followed through with appropriately. That happens sometimes. Because of that, we're having to put the money back to the federal government. Obviously, we're wanting the provider to pay us back for those funds as well. It seems like bad stewards of taxpayers' money to say we're going to issue a grant again to the same provider before we have that at least some sort of plan in place for those funds. And so I do want to make sure that's my principle of bringing it forward at least, but I don't know where everyone else is sitting as a council.
Councilor Vang?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to make sure I understand how the funds, like where the funds went. So we issued a grant for the Community Action Agency, and those funds were not utilized in the way that they were supposed to because federal funding was pulled, and so the program couldn't be completed. And so, Councilor Matthews, you're bringing this to the table for us to discuss. If we were to reissue a grant to the same agency, we have more transparency about how that grant money is being used. Is that right?
Yes, I can add some clarity to the TBRA funds. TBRA is tenant-based rental assistance funds. So we had funding that we grant from HUD that comes through the city out to nonprofit agencies. And these funds were used kind of during the peak time of COVID, 2020, 2021, to help with rental assistance for folks in the community. And there's documentation that's required as a part of, the pass-through and allocating it out to individuals. Things like you have to reside within the city. We have to have signatures, or a number of different things. And as a part of our due diligence and our work and our compliance to HUD, we have to audit these files. And during the audit, we found that there were a number of files that were not fully compliant. I think because during COVID, people were trying to get the money out and help in the community as quickly as they could. And so there were just a lot of things, signatures that weren't obtained that should have been obtained, things like that. We worked with them to try to make files compliant, but some of these things, because it was, 3 years ago, they have no access to those individuals to get the documentation, to get the signatures, and make the files compliant. And so we audit our grantees. HUD audits us. So we've not had an audit from HUD yet, but this would be a finding on our part at the point in time that HUD does come to audit us, that we would be out of compliant because our grantees were not compliant, right? So at that point in time, we would have to repay HUD. So we are being proactive we know that it's non-compliant. So rather than having it be a finding on our behalf, we want to make this right before it would get to that point.
Thank you for the clarification, and thank you, Councilor Matthews, for bringing this up.
Do we need a motion for this, or can we change it later?
So what I would suggest is you just adopt the motion as staff recommendation, and then before staff executes the amendment to continue the work on the inclement weather program, we will have that discussion with community action and get some certainty as far as what the repayment plan will be. That leaves it a little vague, and there's no absolute prohibition on us executing the amendment, but we will get information and have a better understanding with community action on where the repayment will be.
Thank you. Councilor Nishioka, can we read the motion one more time?
Thank you. So reread the motion. I move to adopt resolution number 2025-16 to adopt the fiscal year 2026 City of Salem budget.
Second.
Second by Gwynn.
It was.
If there's nothing further, will the recorder please call the roll?
Councilor Varney?
Aye.
Councilor Tigan?
Aye.
Councilor Nishioka?
Aye.
Councilor Matthews?
Aye.
Councilor Gwynn?
Aye.
Councilor Brown?
Aye.
Councilor Vang?
Aye.
Councilor Nordyke?
Aye.
Mayor Julie Hoy?
Aye. Motion passes.
Okay, so just because we're getting really close, I'm going to move that we add 10 more minutes, so we would go to 10:40.
Second.
Motion and a second by Gwynn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Are you opposed, sir? No, okay. All right, all are in favor. So we'll move on to nation reports. Item 6A, purchases approved administratively from March 1st through, or 2025 through March 31st, 2025. Item 6B, planning administrator decision, a partition to divide a property into 3 parcels, approved. Item 6C, planning administrator decision to replat 13 units of land for future development, approved. Item 6D, planning administrator decision, a partition to divide a property into 3 parcels, approved. Item 6E, hearings officer decision, a conditional use permit for a residential care facility. Item 6F, hearings officer decision, a conditional use for a drive-through oil change business, approved. Item 6G, the airline operations agreement.
Mayor Hoy?
Yes?
I think there may be a couple of comments on that one.
On item 6G?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I do have one. I wanted to say, first of all, I really appreciated having this information because it provided, I guess, an education. I was really appreciative of everybody who came and provided the public testimony tonight, but it became very evident that there's a lot of misinformation there. And so I really appreciated having this information about the contract per se and how it impacts us and our city if we were to terminate the agreement. I do believe it's important that we have an opportunity to make an informed decision, and that's also one of the reasons why I went out to the informational picket on Sunday, because I personally wanted more information. And one of the things I realized is a lot of the customers, people who were flying, either whatever, had no idea of the situation, and most of them were really thankful to get information. We weren't out there throwing it at them or whatever. They just kind of asked, would you like more information, for those that seemed to be interested. And so I think that was a really important thing to do because, yes, I think people should have an opportunity to make an informed decision, especially in something that is this sensitive, where it's so divisive and there's so many heated emotions. Then just briefly regarding my participation, for anyone, I mean, I've been a union steward for more than 15 years, so I have been a voice for people who were afraid or not able to speak up. And so having that voice and demanding fairness is in my blood, I suppose. And when I learned that Avello had put up such a big fight against the employees that tried to organize, it didn't sit well with me at all. And that's what, started the way I was feeling. That was one of the main reasons I was out there, because I do stand up for people. And I just appreciate what you're doing to get the word out. Also, as a steward, I do a lot of contract enforcement with labor contracts. And my job as a steward is to keep management and employees following that agreement. And so I do not support terminating our contract because I believe in the agreements. Now, if we had a crystal ball, I think our contract language may have been different had we known what to expect. But right now, this is the situation it is. And I think that's all I wanted to say, so thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councilor Varney. Anyone else? Councilor Nishioka.
Yes, thank you. I want to say that I appreciate all of the heartfelt testimony, all of those that are really trying to stand up for their fellow citizens. And it's hard as a city council to make any fight against the executive orders by this current president. And so we're also this group has been faced with the fact that we can't talk amongst ourselves and be able to bring some of these forward. So it's really made us ineffective in all kinds of ways, personally and collectively as a group. And I know that we've said over and over again that we're a sanctuary city and a sanctuary state. And I also want to thank and recognize Representative Paul Evans and his leadership for House Bill 3954, which prohibits the use of Oregon's National Guard for immigration enforcement without lawful justification. And this is a meaningful step for us as a state. And so I hope that some of those that are very alarmed at the deportations, especially without due process, recognize that we as a state are trying to stand up. The issue that we have right now as a council is the fact that the contract as read is binding and would be very fiscally risky for us to challenge it. With the continued behavior of Avello, and if further evidence is shown that they are deporting more and more people without due process, then I certainly would be interested in not continuing the contract after October. But at the same time, that runs a fiscal risk for us as a city, in the sense of federal money to keep our airport runways in place. So any way we go, we're taking a risk. And it's really difficult when we don't have the opportunity to even really discuss this with one another. So I want to say that I appreciate the input from those that have come and spoken with us, but at the same time, I do want to share that I know I have, and I'm assuming my fellow councilors have also received emails from people that recognize the financial risk that we might be in. And me as an individual can stand up and say this is a horrible behavior, not going to fly a velo, which is the best way to show your opposition. But at the same time, as a councilor, I also have to see what is best for us as a city fiscally. So we're in this bind of how do you share that we don't agree with this behavior, but yet at the same time not risk big legal battles that may take place, we don't know if they would, may take place and put us at an extreme financial risk. It's just very challenging, and I believe many of the people that testify and understand the situation honestly do get that. And it doesn't necessarily help right now because I don't think we know how we can move forward. And again, I think this council as a body all feel that we shouldn't take that risk before the contract ends October 4th. But we might look at it after that, depending upon how things continue. I will say that I think we're all really angry and opposed to the way our federal government is executing deportations. That's all I have to say.
Yes, Councilor Nordyke.
Thank you.
Excuse me, just one moment. I know we're coming close to the 40 mark. Can we just?
8 minutes. 10:32.
Oh, that clock's wrong.
Don't
Okay.
worry, I won't take 8 minutes.
Go right ahead.
I've said several times already that I disapprove and oppose the deportation flight, so I won't repeat that. What I do want to repeat is that we already have made clear that we, first of all, if ICE were to ask Salem Police for support, information, and so on, we have already gone on record, meaning our police chief has already gone on record saying that if they receive any requests for assistance from federal immigration officials, if we do, we will deny, document, and properly report that request to the state. We are taking our sanctuary city duties very seriously. And this statement was issued in Spanish and English months ago. And so I feel that the police chief has gone out of his way to identify the anxiety and the confusion that many people feel. And I feel that myself because of a member of my own family. But he has been very clear that the Salem Police Department does not enforce federal immigration laws, and our officers will not ask anyone about their residency status. And it is against Oregon law for local police to participate directly or indirectly in immigration enforcement without a judicial warrant. So I think it bears repeating that there's a reason why Avelo didn't choose Oregon for deportation flights. They chose them in Arizona, which is not a sanctuary state, and they chose them at an airport that is not a sanctuary city, and I feel that that is really important. And as Councilor Barney said, there definitely is a lot of misinformation. I mean, I've talked to people, there are people who now think Avelo's running deportation flights out of Salem, and that is just not true. They run a handful of flights, and we know exactly who is going on those flights because it's a tiny airport. They're the only airline there. It's not as if this is PDX where you could, there are hundreds and hundreds of flights daily. This is a very different situation. The other thing that people don't know, because who would know this? It's a creature of aviation law, but we can't make them leave. And that's in the staff report. The airline would have the right to continue to conduct flights from this airport, even if we yanked away every single financial incentive. So there are a lot of constraints on what a council can do when you're talking about federal law, what happens in another state, what federal aviation law says. And what I also note from the staff report is that we would likely be ineligible for any future federal aviation grants for any city, for any airline. And so this goes far beyond this specific contract. And so that's why I thought it was so important that people see this and recognize what the challenges are. I encourage all my peers in council to make their voices heard. I feel that I have. People know where I stand. I'm not in favor of deportation flights, full stop.
Thank you, Councilor Nordyke. I would just like to make a motion that we extend our time till 11 and we shoot to be out of here by 11:45.
Second. 10:45, you mean?
I mean 10:45. Jeez.
I did the second already.
Okay. So all those in favor?
Aye.
And that is 10:45. I mean 11 o'clock. All those in favor again? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Councilor Brown.
Mayor, this is going to be hard for me to say, and not saying that I can't say it, but I'm going to say it. And I definitely want to make sure I get a good eye contact with all my peers. There's a lot that was said tonight, and there's a lot that was not said. And I don't want to touch the Avelo part because I'm 100% not in favor of their practices. But I understand those practices only from the standpoint of being someone who is a Black African American whose ancestors were stolen, and now I'm here in this space. And the comparison I'm making is that there were several people of color that were here. You saw their anger, you saw their frustration, you saw their disappointment, you saw their worry, you saw their fear, we saw their anxiety, we saw all of that. And yet, there are many more voices who we did not hear. And the top of the concern for me is that we still have a lot of brokenness within our communities, especially with how they see Chief Womack and his team. And I don't want that to land lightly. I want that to hit us all hard because, and people heard me say this, yes, public safety does matter, and it will always matter to be a priority for me. But the concern that I have is that there's not enough folks of color that were here tonight who feel like they have a relationship with our police department. They see them as a threat. They see them as the enemy. And we have to find a way in leadership to help mend that some kind of way. So even if the airport is over here, we still got a problem. Because those individuals were here, they're still looking for a representation for them. And I'm going to say this, that it just cannot be on the shoulders of, it's now one, but now it's two, people of color who are counselors, right? It really has to be a collective effort and voice that we're going to make sure that we can mend those relationships. We can find a way to where we can actually have some kind of sit-down listening sessions to where people feel like they're being heard. And so that to me is concerning. That's the part that keeps me up late at night, because we know, and Chief Womack has said this, we know that we spend a lot of our city and county resources in the northeast part of this ward. So even if you fast forward 30 days or 6 months from now, we're still going to be spending money in that part of the ward. So which tells me, if a person of color sees that man or those people in the uniform as a threat and they really need help, they're not going to call him. They are not going to call him, which tells me the violence will continue to grow. It'll continue to spread. We know right now that it is not going to stay. It has not stayed in the northeast section of the city. It has spread to South Salem. It has spread to West Salem. And so collectively, my heart is just, bleeding from the perspective that we really do got to find a way to make sure that folks of color in this city really feel like they are part of the city and they can really see folks in a uniform as an ally. So that's my part. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else? Councilor Gwynn?
Well, I feel like I need to say something because I believe I'm the only one that hasn't said anything about Avelo. I wrote a 2-page thing, and it really said many of the things that my fellow counselors have said. But one thing that struck me, and it's been said a couple of times, is your silence is, I don't know exactly, but it's silence, and the fact that some of us have said nothing. But what I want you to know is sometimes there just are no words. Because it is a tragedy what's happening, and I know people personally who are afraid to go to church, to go to the store, and so no, I don't think it's okay, but no, my silence was not because I agree. So that's all I wanted to say.
Councilor Tigan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate you hanging out for the end of the meeting. We sort of volunteered to stay this late, but you're really volunteering to stay this late, so thank you. I think, like many of the councilors have stated, what we're facing as a nation right now, the fire that you talked about, is troubling, and every day's scroll through the newspaper gives new kindling on the fire. And I think the hard part about this issue with Avelo Airlines is that the legal reasoning within myself and the logic of it demonstrates to me that it's really the very limited action we could take is a very poor proxy for the amount of anger I personally feel about where we're at. And I campaigned also to put the city on a financial footing for the future. And so to risk, and I'm respectful of the work that our city attorney did, I think he understated the legal risk we would face if we breached the contract at this moment. And that sort of legal risk coming back to the general fund is really inconsistent with everything that I've talked about our city. But it pains me not to do anything, though, knowing that there's so little we could do and almost guaranteed that we would lose, and the cost would be so significant to the city makes it to me not worth taking that action. That said, If members of the public have asked directly, and I'll answer directly, if Avelo was to come back and somehow pull a rabbit out of its hat and have another PMR for guaranteed revenue, I wouldn't vote for that. And I wouldn't support Avelo continuing to operate in the city. To Councilor Nordike's part, they're welcome to land at our airport and utilize the contract that we have in place, which gives them diminishing financial incentives for the next 10 years. I think it's more likely that, and I hope that another airline comes to our city and we're able to grow our airport and grow things that come out of it and have this not be the focus. I'll end by saying, if more people come next city council meeting, I'll welcome it. We don't have a great lane for activity and a great lane for action, but we do provide that microphone to the public. And I think the things that we heard tonight are things that needed to be said. And though I don't always feel great when people question my motives, I put my name on a ballot. And I think, to Councilor Varney's point, the fact that you had the experience of going out there and talking to passengers and people saying, I just didn't know this was going on, that's the kind of public education that can happen at that podium, and it's the kind of public education that can happen with nonviolent communication and action. And so I welcome that too to our city. Thank you.
Councilor Matthews.
So, I mean, for all the same reasons that the other councilors have mentioned tonight, the option to cancel the contract isn't really, it's not really an option to me at this point. It just the financial cost, immediate financial risk that we'd put ourselves in, and the long-term potential of no longer being attractive as a community from an airline standpoint or having other federal funds or FAA funds. It's just not, I'm not at a point where that's really an option for all the other reasons that they've mentioned. However, I will obviously acknowledge that it is clear that there are scared people. There's clear that there are hurting people through this process. And they've been here and they've showed up, and I'm sure they'll continue to show up. And to Councilor Brown's point especially, there is a healing that it seems like needs to happen within the community. And I think that part of our roles as leaders and part of our roles on this council can be to help facilitate at least some of that healing that needs to happen. So.
Thank you. Anyone else this way? Well, as to silence, I've pondered since the last meeting, and I've thought about the wisdom that a mentor of mine shared years ago. It's the wise old owl, and the less I speak, the more I listen, and the more I listen, the more I hear. As mayor, I affirm my commitment to protecting the health, safety, and well-being of all Salem residents. I recognize the fact that Avelo Airlines contracts with federal immigration enforcement has caused great concern in our community. While the City of Salem has a separate agreement with Avelo for commercial air service, we are not involved in any federal immigration-related contracts. I acknowledge the wide range of views and the fear many individuals and families feel so deeply. I'm committed to making decisions that serve the best interests of our entire community within our legal and fiscal authority. I reaffirm that all members of our community, regardless of status, political affiliation, or belief, deserve to feel safe, respected, and heard. Does anyone have anything further? Okay. We have no ordinances, no first, no second readings. We have no one signed up for public comment, and we are adjourned.